Okay, good afternoon, and welcome to the council meeting of Monday, January the 19th. Just looking at my colleagues, maybe I should give Councillor Vasek a minute and Councillor Bodley, because we were just, sorry folks, thank you for your patience. We were just transitioning from a workshop to here, and so we're running a few minutes late, so I apologize. Okay. So we're just going to start this meeting this afternoon with a territorial acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather, land on which we're broadcasting from today, is the land traditionally cared for by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Chinootan people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. And a moment of reflection, Council. At the beginning of this council meeting, we pause to think about the needs of our community. May we show wisdom and compassion in all of our decisions. Disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof, Council. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to declare an item 10A, the rental renovation and tenant support report, and it's because of my status as a landlord.
Thank you. Any other declarations, Council? Seeing none. Approval of minutes. There's a number of council meetings listed here. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. We're on to presentations. So the first presentation is with regard to the Waterloo Regional Police Service CCTV follow-up. Craig Sloss, welcome.
Testing, all right. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. Today I'd like to respond to an informational presentation that Waterloo Regional Police Services provided to Council on September 29, 2025 regarding the placement of CCTV cameras in Waterloo. So because Council doesn't vote on that decision, I don't have a specific ask for Council today. So my purpose here is educational in nature. I want to educate Council on the biases that can influence data-driven and evidence-based decision-making, and to answer some of the questions that councillors had in September. By the end, I'd also like to link the concepts that I discuss back to Council's responsibilities around budgeting and planning. So first I want to introduce myself a little bit. I'm an actuary and data scientist working at a large property and casualty insurance company. A large portion of my work revolves around understanding how biases in data can result in unfairness in insurance prices and the quantitative methods we use for detecting these biases. I've also spoken at industry conferences and contributed to a research paper for an actuarial professional organization on the same topic. However, I'm just saying this to establish my credentials. I'm here in my role as a resident of Waterloo, not to speak on behalf of my employer or any of the professional associations that I'm a member of. And given the topic that I'll be discussing today, I think it's appropriate to acknowledge that this is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, who is a black man who was surveilled by law enforcement because of his activism, his nonviolent activism in favor of civil rights. All right, so on September 29th, several councillors raised concerns about the disproportionate impact that CCTV cameras would have on racialized and low-income neighborhoods. My review of the data confirmed that councillors' concerns are well-founded. Questions that council asked about disproportionate impact were not really answered at the September meeting, so I'd like to provide some of those answers today. WRPS response to the questions repeatedly emphasized that they were taking an evidence-based and data-driven approach. I think I'd like you to understand that saying that something is data-driven and evidence-based doesn't necessarily mean that it won't have a disproportionate impact, because data-driven approaches can often result in disproportionate impacts. One comment that I'd like to address in particular, and I'll quote, is, by using that data, it allows us to use an evidence-driven and data-based approach that is purely statistical, that is purely objective information. And more broadly, I worry that the notion that data-driven analysis are inherently objective is a misconception that's widely held among the general public. In reality, data analysis is a subjective exercise that requires the analyst to make significant decisions along the way. What choice of data to use, what methodology to use, and how to interpret the results among them. The data itself can also be influenced by pre-existing social biases, and that's another way that bias can influence the analysis, even through no active effort on the part of the analyst. So some of the data sources that WRPS are for making their decision are ones that present concerns with being subject to social biases. So uniform crime report data is influenced by reporting bias. Because we don't have consistent data on all crimes that are committed, we only have data on crimes that get reported. So those can get influenced by things like where are police already looking to detect crimes, and what types of crimes are more likely to get reported, which types of crimes might citizens sort of, look away from, right? Citizen-generated calls for service, those can be influenced by individual racial biases or biases against low-income people that are within the person making the call, right? Because that person has made an active decision whether or not to call the police for a particular situation. All right, so to the best of my knowledge, WRPS has not released the proposed locations of the cameras or the data that they use to select the location. So for now, the best that I was able to do was base the analysis on this data visualization that WRPS provided to Council on September 29th. And that's what you see on the left there. So what I did is I linked the WRPS map to census data by manually identifying the census dissemination areas that most closely overlapped with the area highlighted on the WRPS map. We'll be able to answer the following question. If the data shown on the left were used to make decisions about CCTV placement, would it likely result in a disproportionate impact against racialized and low-income neighborhoods? Now, given the limitations associated with the data, I'd ask that you consider this to be a preliminary analysis rather than a definitive conclusion. Think of it as a demonstration that more robust analysis needs to be performed. A more rigorous disparate impact assessment could be performed if more data becomes publicly available in the future. Nevertheless, I think that this exercise will be useful for educational purposes to illustrate the type of analysis that can and should be done to evaluate whether there are biases in data. All right, so here's a high-level overview of the disproportionate impact analysis that I did. So the way this type of analysis works is we look at the representation that a group has in Waterloo as a whole, and then we also look at the representation that group has in the areas that are highlighted on the map. And we ask, is there a significant difference between them? So a disproportionate factor of 1 means that the two are roughly in alignment. If the disproportionate factor is greater than 1, that means that the area highlighted on the map, that group is disproportionately overrepresented in that area. And if it's less than 1, then the opposite is true. And what I found is that overall, all three groups that council, that I've listed on here, are overrepresented in the areas that are highlighted on the WRPS map. So what this means is that these groups will all be overrepresented in the data that's collected by the CCTV cameras. So even putting in safeguards like prohibiting certain search terms won't fix the problem. Because these groups are overrepresented in the data, even an innocuous search term, like an item of clothing, could return images of individuals from these groups at a rate that exceeds their representation in the overall population. So a higher degree of scrutiny on disproportionate surveillance practices is warranted because WRPS has a history of racial disproportion in its surveillance notes. Since this data began to be collected, WRPS has disproportionately created intelligence notes on Black and Middle Eastern members of our community. Disproportionate impact in the locations of CCTV cameras would not be a one-off problem. It would fit into a larger pattern of disproportionate surveillance. I'm going to close by highlighting a few specific neighborhoods from that map. So that map included these areas on either side of Parkside Drive between Behringer and Weber. This is in Ward 3, and what we found here is that there's a significant disproportionate impact on Black residents and a moderate impact on low-income residents. The highlighted area also included the area around Conestoga Mall, which has some moderate disproportionate impacts on low-income and Black residents, and that is in Ward 4. This area highlighted on the map is south of Sugarbush Park, and it is in Ward 6. And this has significant disproportionate impacts on low-income and Black residents. I'm going to go quickly because I want to really get to the last slide as well. University Avenue area, that's highlighted on the map. We see impacts on low-income and visible minority. The rest of the map is probably the least concern. This is the Uptown area. Now, that's what I wanted to say about that, the potential disparate impacts of the data that WRPS showed you, but I'd ask you to consider using this kind of data in other decisions as well. So what I did here is I did a map of immigrant populations in the city of Waterloo. So if we look at this at a high level, what we'll notice is that there's heavy concentrations of immigrant populations in the outer areas of the city, particularly concentrated in wards 2 and 1. So I want you to think about these kind of factors when you are planning locations of capital projects or service expansions. In particular, I know there's some pressure on the city to delay the West End Recreation Center. And what we can see from this map is that that would have a disproportionate impact on the immigrant members of our community. So please do think carefully about the kind of distributions of data on marginalized groups as you are making planning and budgeting decisions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions, Council? Councillor Vasek?
Thanks so much, Craig. This is great information to have, like you said, for our information and for further data collection. So great. You know, there's research to indicate what you are, which is that there's a spatialization of poverty, but then that's also racialized. So or can be racialized in many communities where there's more racialized folks in lower income neighborhoods. So does the data change at all if you put the low income and visible minority together and Black together? Like, do you have a sense of what are the race makeup of our low income neighborhoods looks like as well, to help us understand if there is also a racialization of poverty happening? There clearly is, because you have the disproportionate 2 point whatever for Black communities and visible minorities. But I'm just curious how the low income and the racialization overlaps, if it does, if you know.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't think you could get that from this analysis directly, aside from the fact that I could reuse the same data to answer that question. It'd be more like a correlation analysis between those two factors. I would say though, like even that being said, we saw that the two didn't always align across those 5 neighborhoods that I looked at, right? Some of them, the disproportion was more on low income, and others it was more on the racialized population. So I wouldn't say there's it's not a one-to-one match, but there probably is some correlation there.
Thanks. Through you, Chair, can I ask a follow-up or make a follow-up comment? Okay, through you, Chair. And the reason why I think your response is really important is because especially as we're looking for affordable housing, and I've had some conversations with affordable housing proponents, but then also people who are looking at sort of the community space aspect of it, or the community element in the area. And I think what we're potentially missing is those kind of nuances about the intersections between different experiences. This isn't a criticism of your data, but more of what we probably need to consider at the city. Because if you have one area that is has more racialized folks, then maybe some of the community programs, like you're saying, the West End Rec Center, but maybe we need to be thinking about what our community response is to particular neighborhood demographics, because if you have a neighborhood that is mostly visible minorities or Black folks, they might be looking for different community programming, and we would have to consult and reach out to organizations in the city that are in the region that are doing work or have that kind of lived experience, and not imposing sort of our typical systemic approaches on them. So those nuances are really important to me in thinking about how are we building housing that's also context and culturally nuanced and specific.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure. And there are other characteristics you can look at as well, like ages of people in the neighborhood can also influence what kind of services. So yeah, it's definitely about catering the services to the population that's in the area.
Mayor McCabe?
Thank you very much. Thanks, Craig, for doing the work to provide this type of analysis. Sorry, I'm just curious. Like you've said at the start that like we didn't have a decision-making part in this. So have you, or are you thinking you would take this to the Police Services Board? Because I mean, this is really interesting information, and I think it's really important that it is shared with the people who will be doing this work. So just curious if you had a plan for that, and if you didn't, do we have permission to share it, or what your thoughts were on that? And if you want to take this offline, I'm happy to take it offline.
Yeah, so I guess my motivation for coming here specifically is because it was in response to a presentation that was made in this venue, and it was also pretty Waterloo specific. Like I didn't really look at Kitchener, Cambridge, or the townships. But yeah, you certainly have permission to share it as much as you like. It's a public meeting, and I can. I don't know if this slide deck gets shared or not, but
It does, yeah.
Yeah, certainly you can share that. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I also suspect that elected representatives will have more influence over the Police Services Board than I will. So
You'd be surprised. And just another a note. I haven't heard that there's any delay with respect to the West Side, the Recreations Center. So I know we need to figure out where the land part of it, and then we need to figure out money for it. But I mean, we're not. I've never heard in my 3 years here that we're delaying that project. It's still in the work plan. I guess I'd look over to Tim or Kevin there to just. I'm seeing a nod that is still in our work plan.
yeah, sorry, just to clarify, I know I was speaking quickly, but it was not that it was delayed, it was that council is being pressured to delay the project so that development charges would go down.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay. Well, thanks again for bringing this in. It's really useful information.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is with regard to our website launch. And I know that our Director of Communication just wanted to provide a brief introduction, and then she will pass it over.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Council. For those of you in the chamber who don't know me, I'm Carrie Van Niekerk, Director of Corporate Communications. Waterloo.ca is the city's primary digital service hub with over 1 million users annually. The site was last refreshed in 2018, and over the past year, the Digital and Web Services team has been working on a significant refresh of that website. The site has been rebuilt on a new content management system and features improved content design, accessibility, and enhanced search. As part of the redesign, we've updated our online style guide, which is used to ensure a similar user experience throughout all our service portals. A standard online service experience is one of the goals of our digital service strategy. The design of the updated website was informed by a comprehensive user evaluation process. This included reviewing website analytics, conducting usability testing with representative users, collecting feedback, and completing accessibility assessments against recognized standards. User feedback directly influenced decisions related to page layout, content structure, language, and accessibility features, ensuring that our new site reflects real user needs rather than any internal assumptions. The team worked directly with older adults, Immigration Partnership, and Accessibrand for user testing. By understanding the unique needs of users who often experience barriers, we have made the website more accessible for everyone. User research showed that most people come to the website with a specific task or question in mind and prefer to search for what they need rather than browse through multiple menus. The majority of our users access our website via a search engine rather than typing in waterloo.ca to start. The new website is designed around this behavior, with content organized to deliver clear, relevant results quickly. This approach helps users find information faster and reduces the need to hunt through the site. Of the users who come directly to waterloo.ca, the first stop is generally our search bar rather than browsing. The strong, intuitive, AI-assisted search on waterloo.ca searches content both on our website and Engage Waterloo. As more and more users rely on external AI tools, such as ChatGPT or those embedded in Google and other search engines to answer their questions, it is worth noting that we will start to see non-click-through users. These users search for the information they want and rely on the AI summary as their answer without clicking through to waterloo.ca. This can present challenges with ensuring they get accurate information about our programs and services. AI summaries external to waterloo.ca can sometimes mash up content for the City of Waterloo and Region of Waterloo, as well as mashing up information between the City of Waterloo and the City of Kitchener, as in some locations we are referred to as the KW area. We can monitor and edit waterloo.ca's internal AI summaries to maintain accuracy, and we'll continue to work on optimizing our content to improve how external AI summaries use it. Errors made by external tools may still frustrate some users and are something we all need to be aware of, and we will continue to promote waterloo.ca as the main source of information for the City of Waterloo. I'd like to thank and acknowledge our entire digital service and extended communications team for the group effort of the past year to support the refresh of waterloo.ca. Janice Marwies with me here was the lead project manager for the team, and I'm pleased to introduce her to walk you through our new waterloo.ca experience.
So I can see, oh, good, it's up. Just make sure I have a mouse. Is my mouse working? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Carrie. And hello, Mayor, member of council, and everyone, chambers. I'm gonna do a quick walkthrough of the new website, starting on the homepage, and then show some high service pages and how they work with search, following with a few different examples with different layouts and ending on how people can connect with the city. So I'm starting on the homepage, which is where most people don't start, ironically. About 7-8% of our visitors start here, 1 in 13, but it still needs to work when they do. The homepage works as an orientation and launch point. People either search right away or they scroll to the website's top tasks. So we start with an illustration of Uptown Waterloo with some recognizable landmarks designed in-house by our own Anna Georgiou. And then we have a search focal point, followed by the site's most popular tasks. So, since search is how most people actually navigate the site, we designed all of our content to be search-friendly. And I'm gonna start right in with using our search. I'm gonna use a popular task. Can I park overnight? Can I park overnight? And search. And that takes us to our search results page, SRP, where you'll see our AI search summary in action. What does it say? Park overnight up to 15 times a year. It's done a pretty good job of pulling from the website, and it lists the web page that's directly resulted, so that works well. So here we have our register for overnight parking page. This used to be a smaller section on a larger parking page, and user research and feedback from our colleagues in Municipal Enforcement Services told us that people wanted a more direct route to the service, so we made it a single service-focused page. Many people also access this page from their phones. So this page is a good example of how we design the content to be user-first, service-first, and search-friendly. What does that mean? That means we've got clear, scannable action page titles and headings that match search language. We use plain language and short sentences. We have the rules up front. We use bulleted lists, and we noticed that the deadline, the 2:15 a.m. deadline, was getting missed, so we made it really obvious. Now, our intent with this kind of clarity is to reduce confusion, reduce follow-up calls, and complaints. That's what one of our goals are. So our Insight search also searches our Engage site, which is helpful. I don't know if we have overnight parking on our Engage site, but for example, let's say Waterloo Park Plan, I think, is on our Engage site. So we can use our Insight search there. And it does a good job of pulling information from the Engage page, so people could stop here if they get what they needed, but they could also click through and it takes them right to the Engage page. So it shows how the two sites are working well together. Let's take a moment and jump over to Google. So we're going to do a live Google search. Cross your fingers for me. So most people, 60-70%, start on Google or a similar search site. So what's our user story? Let's say we're up early on the weekend and we want to go skating. So public skating near me, let's say. Okay, and this is through Google. We directly match the public skating search term. We also list a couple places on Google Maps that people can click on. So if we click on public skating, it takes us to our public skating page where we cover both indoor options and a very popular Waterloo Public Square rink. We have all of the information here we need. And people can click through to ActiveNet to register. They can find out when there's free skates, they're always very popular, where they can borrow skates, skating aids, etc. So they can have everything they need to sort of plan their day's activity. We'll go back to search. Finally, let's try ChatGPT. Okay, what should we search here? Can you guys hear me if I stand over here? Is the city of Waterloo hiring summer students? There we go. What does ChatGPT give us? Because ChatGPT is just going to scrape our website for content. current summer student hiring, opened applications, 85 staff positions, living wage employer. These are all good points. It takes you through to the news release, applications, it shows links, summer jobs 2026. We can click through to a link, find student and summer employment, where you can get all your details and click through to the job listings. We're halfway through January now, so I feel like there's still some opportunities, even though they may have missed the job fair. So those are 3 examples of how you can use different search formats to access information on our site. As Carrie mentioned, with AI overviews and ChatGPTs, I think we might see less people actually coming to the website. We want to make sure that they have the right information, even if they do. Of course, I think the best place for people to come is to the website itself. That way we can ensure accuracy. Okay. Stepping away from search for a second, and we can talk about our new CMS, or content management system. So we have these service pages that we saw, the overnight parking, that are built for speed, but we also, our new system allows us for some flexibility in design. We have some landing pages where people spend a little bit more time, and we can have some more context and some more storytelling. So an example of the City Waterloo Museum, we can have different layouts for different needs. Events. So these ones are less speedy in terms of this is what you need to do right away, but this allows for a little more browsing. And finally, I want to talk about feedback. I'll go back to our homepage. So if you scroll down a little, it's on every single page, we have a website feedback widget. And so this is where people can give us feedback on the site itself, easily, without much commitment or effort, and this will help us identify content issues and guide ongoing updates. But if they want to reach out to the city, there's lots of ways to do that. We have contact us in the nav bar at the top and in the footer. We also have a top task where you can share feedback or report an issue, which takes you to a page which gives you lots of ways to reach us. You can also search, report, let's use an example, report a pothole. We've been hearing a lot about potholes. Report a pothole, tells you how to do it, use the online form. Perfect. So that takes us to the report a pothole page. Give a little advice about and then eventually it takes us to a report form, which is a very busy form. So we love feedback, all sorts of it, because it helps us make the content and the process better. And as Carrie mentioned in her intro, the website's not a one-time project. It's a foundation for data-informed iteration and continuous content improvement and better digital service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and for all your hard work on building out the website with the support of your team and external consultants. Questions, Council? Councillor Vasek.
Thanks through you, Chair. I don't have a question, but I wanted to thank you for your work. And this is a tough time to have a communications. I think it's a tough day to have a communications report come to council because we have what is likely to be a very, it's a really tough topic that's going to be coming up later. That's why the chambers are so filled. So I just want to acknowledge that while that is extremely important work that we're going to be talking about later, affordable housing and tenant supports, the work you're doing is also extremely necessary. We could not run a city without a website, and this is much more accessible. And then I just typed in to our search bar because I thought, okay, so what if the folks here who are here for the rental bylaw discussion might need rental housing support, or anyone else in the community. So I was like, I wonder if it'll search it, because previously the City of Waterloo website did not do that well at all. Not a criticism of anyone, just, big organizations have websites that can be tough. So I just typed in housing support, and the first thing that came up you go to a website and you can't find what you need, and that's how we operate. That can make you more frustrated. It makes me more frustrated, I should say. And so I wanted to tie the two topics together, because they seem on the surface so far apart, but the work you're doing is very important. The work we're going to discuss later is important, and they even intersect a bit. So thank you so much. The website's much, much better.
Thank
and
you.
so pretty.
Thank you.
Councillor Hanmer?
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. Janice, thanks so much for the update and the presentation. I had the privilege of getting a sneak peek at GRAC, and it's really nice to see some of the suggestions that came forward from that group and how to make it accessible. So I'm really anxious. We have a meeting this week to see how the members from GRAC are liking the new website and how easy it is for them to go through. I love it that it's nice and bright and clear and easy to follow. So thank you very much for incorporating the comments from that committee.
And Councillor Rowe?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your work on the website. I use the website regularly, and I love this new website. So it's easy to use, and as you were pointing out, and Councillor Vasic was pointing out, you just type in something and I don't have to go searching for all of the reports I'm thinking about. They are all listed, for example, so it's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, lots of kudos. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Council, did anyone want to pull any motions from consent? I was just going to make one quick comment about the reservist leave bylaw. As you might imagine, I'm kind of excited about that. And over the history of the City of Waterloo, we've had at least 6 members of the city who also served in the reserves, and some of which may have benefited from having this reservist leave in policy. It's kind of my hope that other municipalities will be able to lean into this policy and maybe consider one for themselves. So with that being said, do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Wright. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. So that takes care of the consent motion. And items removed from consent is our staff reports related to rental renovation and tenant support. So I'm going to give Councillor Wright a moment to recuse herself. And just while she's doing that, I know that we have a lot of delegations here today, so I just wanted to read a caution to delegations. Waterloo City Council welcomes and encourages members of the public to comment on matters of interest to them. A principle of a fair and public hearing is that those in favor or in opposition feel comfortable to speak at this meeting of council. For this reason, we ask that you do not cheer, clap, or make negative comments during any delegation. Delegates are cautioned that offensive, discriminatory, derogatory, or inappropriate remarks may constitute slander and could potentially lead to legal action against them. If such comments are made, the delegate will not be permitted to continue speaking, the microphone will be muted, and the live stream may be disabled. Any such comments will not be recorded in the meeting minutes of the meeting. The chair will inform all delegates as they get close to the allotted time. Delegates may also monitor their own time using the clock on the podium desktop. Just for everyone to know that we do ask for you to provide your name and municipality of residence, but you do not need to disclose your address. I think that was everything I wanted to share. And I know that we have an opening presentation from Grant Curlew. So welcome, Grant.
Good evening, Council and members of the public. My name is Grant Curlew, and I'm the Manager of Licensing and Standards within our Municipal Enforcement Services. Tonight I'll be presenting on our rental renovation licensing report. On June 23rd, 2025, Council directed staff to return with a framework addressing rental renovation-related evictions, often referred to as renovictions, and potential tenant supports. Since that time, there have been continued public concern around housing stability and displacement, alongside evolving provincial legislation affecting tenant and landlord rights. Staff have reviewed these issues to determine whether municipal intervention is warranted at this time. Landlord and tenant board data shows that 34 and 13 eviction notices in Waterloo have proceeded to tribunal hearing over the past 5 years. The number must be viewed in context of approximately 21,000 rental units within the city. It is also important to note that informal or uncontested N13 evictions are not tracked, meaning the true number is unknown. While concerns exist, available data does not currently demonstrate widespread or systemic use of evictions locally. This slide illustrates a number of N13 hearings that have reached the Landlord and Tenant Board. The LTB remains the sole authority that determines the validity of eviction notices and tenant outcomes. Any municipal program would not replace or override this process, but would operate alongside it, which is an important consideration when assessing the effectiveness of a rental renovation licensing program. As part of the review to provide more assistance to tenants experiencing challenges with their landlord, staff have explored a 2-year tenant support liaison pilot as a single point of contact for tenants facing eviction or housing instability. This role would focus on navigation and support, including explaining rights under the Residential Tenancy Act, guiding tenants through the LTB process, and connecting them with existing legal, social, and housing supports. A proposed tenant support fund of approximately $20,000 annually would assist tenants facing financial hardship related to evictions. Staff also reviewed the development of a framework for rental renovation licensing program. This program would require landlords to apply for a license whenever an N13 notice was issued. This would include proof of a building permit, confirmation from a qualified professional, typically an engineer, that the unit must be vacant to complete the work. Tenants would receive a copy of the application, the issued license, and an information package outlining their rights and obligations. Importantly, eviction decisions would still rest solely with the Landlord and Tenant Board. Staff have developed 3 options for Council to consider. Option 1 maintains the current service level. Option 2 introduces a tenant support liaison and tenant support fund. And option 3 combines a rental renovation licensing program with the same supports found in option 2. Each option was evaluated based on local data, anticipated impact, costs, staffing requirements, and alignment with provincial and municipal jurisdiction. Staffing and financial considerations. Option 1, which staff recommend, maintain the current service level. There are no new financial impacts and no additional staffing requirements. Staff would continue to monitor renovation-related eviction activity and rely on existing provincial processes to address disputes. Option 2 would introduce a tenant support liaison and tenant support fund. This option requires $40,000 in one-time funding and $175,000 annually on ongoing costs. While it would enhance tenant support services, it does not regulate renovictions directly. Option 3 is the most resource intensive. It includes a rental renovation licensing program and tenant supports, with $365,000 in one-time funding and $450,000 in annual ongoing costs. This option requires multiple new positions, including a licensing and standards officer, tenant support liaison, and an information officer, with the potential future needs for additional enforcement, prosecution, and system supports as the program develops. Staff recommend that council proceed with option 1, maintaining the current service level. Staff further recommend that council direct that staff not implement a rental renovation licensing program at this time, but to continue monitoring renovation-related eviction activity, provincial legislative changes, and experiences in other municipalities. Should the circumstances change, staff would return to council with updated recommendations. If council wishes to pursue a different path forward, staff have provided alternate recommendations within their report. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions of staff? So I had some, but I can wait and hold the questions till after the delegations, if that's okay. Mayor McCabe?
Thank you. Thanks, Grant, for the work you're doing on this and for the report and the recommendations that you brought. I know you've put a lot of, you and Nicole and others in the division have put a lot of time and careful thought and consideration into this. So thanks very much for that. I just wondered if you could remind me the rental housing licensing program that we have at the city. How much of that work connects to this issue around renovations/renovictions, and what other cities have a program like that? Or like this, I should say. You just turned your mic off, though.
Through the chair to Mayor McCabe. Our rental licensing program, although not maybe directly tied to renoviction kind of supports, it does aim to improve the overall quality of rental units within the city by setting kind of minimum standards for landlords to meet. We are somewhat unique in that we regulate low-rise residential properties. I know other municipalities in the province are starting to introduce similar legislation. I think Hamilton's exploring something similar, the City of London. But we've been kind of the front runners in that area.
And how long have we had that program in place?
Since 2012.
2012, okay. Thanks very much.
Well, I mean, I think there's value in waiting to ask more questions till we hear from the delegates, because that might prompt some questions for Grant. So if that's okay, I think we'll probably do that. So we have a number of delegations, and our first one is Jackie Wells. So Jackie, you have 10 minutes. Welcome.
Well, so I start the clock, or?
No, we'll start that for you.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, Waterloo Council and staff. My name is Jackie Wells, Chair of Waterloo Region Acorn. You did ask me to tell you where I live. I live in Kitchener, but because I'm the Chair of Waterloo Regional Acorn, I am representing tenants in Waterloo. This is Ken Vogelpol. He is the co-chair. Although our local chapter was launched in 2023, Acorn has a long and deep history of grassroots organizing among low and middle income people across the country. Acorn Canada was founded in 2004, and over the last 2 decades has grown to a membership of over 190,000 Canadians with chapters across the country. Acorn has extensive experience with tenant rights and has been instrumental in the passing of renoviction bylaws in other Ontario cities. So understand that what we are sharing with you today draws from our experience and relationships with these other chapters, particularly in Hamilton, Toronto, and London. Acorn members appreciate Waterloo Council's support with taking a renoviction bylaw seriously. However, of course, we are disappointed that after 6 months of work, Waterloo City staff have recommended that the status quo be allowed to continue. Acorn urges Waterloo Council to pass a renoviction bylaw that is effective, efficient, fiscally responsible, and accountable to renters in Waterloo. This is not only possible, but necessary. First, to address staff's recommendation to pursue option 1, current level of service. Option 1 appears to be the most economical way that it has been presented, but what has not been accounted for is the downline financial and social costs of continuing with the status quo. We know rent evictions often result in tenants being permanently evicted from their home due to no fault of their own. The reality of the rental market in Waterloo today means that tenants who have lived in their homes for greater than 5 years are at a high risk of not being able to afford market rent. This results in residents potentially leaving Waterloo, becoming housing insecure, entering unsafe housing situations, or even completely unhoused. Therefore, option 1 contributes to the cost of funding reactive measures to these problems rather than preventative measures. Option 2, tenant support liaison and tenant support fund, is not in itself a bad idea, but on its own is insufficient to address the problem at scale. In fact, option 2 would result in a duplication of services. The region of Waterloo already funds an eviction prevention program, and the provincial government funds Waterloo Regional Community Legal Services. Both these agencies already support tenants by, this is a quote from the staff reports for option 2, providing direct clarification of RTA processes, assisting tenants to navigate LTB procedures, connecting tenants with local legal and housing supports, and coordinating with municipal enforcement staff on property standards or rental licensing matters, unquote. Additionally, option 2 would not improve the underfunded programming of the legal aid clinic, which already turns away tenants due to lack of resources. As described in the staff report, the tenant support liaison would only make referrals to legal aid, but would not provide the expertise of a publicly funded legal professional to fight the rent eviction cases at the LTB. Staff dismiss option 3, the rental renovation licensing program, due to the following concerns. They say that Toronto, Hamilton, and London have reported extremely low licensing volumes paired with very high investigation and enforcement workloads. While staff frame the low number of licenses as a negative because it means the cost of the program is not entirely covered by licensing fees, we contend that a low number of licenses being issued for rent evictions is a positive outcome. It demonstrates that the bylaw is working as designed. To critique a low number of licenses is to fundamentally misunderstand the bylaw and its intended purpose. An effective rent eviction bylaw is intended to reduce abuse of the N13 system and the eviction loophole that it allows. An effective bylaw, such as the ones that we have now in Toronto and Hamilton, require the landlord to provide tenant compensation, such as rent gap payments or alternative housing for the entire duration of the renovation. This is what eliminates the financial incentive to rent evict a tenant and ensures that tenants remain safely housed. As a result, there are less no-fault evictions occurring in these cities, as we have seen, and people can remain in stable housing. Toronto and Hamilton city staff conveyed to our ACORN members in Hamilton that a low level of renovation license applications is a positive outcome. This frees the staff to do other important work, the bulk of which involves liaising with tenants about their rights, ensuring that no N13s are issued by landlords without complying with the bylaw, policing property standards compliance, and work related to other programs such as Hamilton's Safe Apartment Bylaw. The majority of this is similar to what staff have already proposed in option 2, but crucially, unlike option 2, with a rent eviction bylaw in place, tenants are actually protected from losing their housing. We also disagree with staff's concern that similar operational impacts would occur in Waterloo. On the contrary, we should expect that Toronto requires more staff and resources than Waterloo to administer their rent eviction bylaw. Toronto has a population of over 3 million people, including 1.5 million renters, which is 58 times the number of estimated renters in Waterloo. London's population is over 420,000 people, which is nearly 4 times the size of Waterloo. London also lacks an eviction prevention program, such as the one administered through the region here. And since Waterloo has an eviction prevention program in place, much of this work is allotted to these supports that already exist in our region, among other things. Ken will continue.
Thank you, Council. So just to touch on some financial impacts of the bylaw, the report estimates a one-time cost of $365,000 for program launch with ongoing annual operating costs of $450,000. To be clear, the total annual operating cost estimate is entirely predicated on the assumption that Waterloo will require 3 full-time staff to administer the program. However, we know from our Hamilton chapter that 3 full-time staff was required there, but Hamilton has a population of over 569,000 people. Comparatively, Waterloo has a total population of 155,500 residents. According to Stats Canada, 38.7% of Waterloo residents are renters, and this does not include students. As such, if the program is to be implemented as efficiently and effectively as it was in Hamilton, staff should only expect that roughly a half to one full-time staff would be required to administer a rent eviction bylaw in Waterloo. This effectively cuts their annual operating costs to as low as $126,100, including staff salary and related resources. This estimate aligns with information that Waterloo Acorn received from Hamilton City staff, which is that it only cost the City of Hamilton $271,200 to operate their entire program for the first year of its implementation. If Hamilton, the first city in Ontario to administer a rent eviction bylaw, can operate a successful program with only $271,200, how is it that Waterloo City staff estimate that it would cost Waterloo, a city 1/5 the size of Hamilton, as much as $450,000, nearly twice the cost in annual operating expenditures to run the same program? We know from our Hamilton Acorn chapter that city staff assigned to administer all duties pertaining to the rent eviction bylaw are the same staff who administer Hamilton's safe apartments bylaw, thereby creating even more fiscal efficiency. Waterloo City staff cited their own ongoing work towards a potential apartment building safety program for Waterloo that would focus on strengthening inspection oversight, maintenance standards, and safety compliance within larger multi-unit residential buildings. Council and staff need to consider the marriage of these two programs. It is also crucial that council understand what has made the bylaw successful in Hamilton and Toronto. As it is currently, the bylaw that Waterloo staff included in Appendix A does not include this crucial element, tenant compensation, specifically in the form of rent gap payments or alternative accommodations or paying for tenant moving costs. Tenant compensation is what incentivizes landlords to respect the tenant's right of first refusal. With the profit incentive of unhousing a tenant removed, this reduces unnecessary N13 applications and frees municipal resources to do other important work, as we've already mentioned. This is the most efficient use of taxpayer money and city resources. And sorry, I want to use the rest of my time appropriately, but the clock here is completely blank. So I estimate I have about 2 minutes left. Is that correct? Thank you. Concerns regarding potential legal challenges to the bylaw. During consultation with Hamilton City Council and staff, Acorn enlisted the services of Ravenlaw. Their legal analysis says lays a firm foundation for rental renovation license bylaws. We would be happy to pass that report along to you. In fact, we have a printed copy here. Hamilton's bylaw has been in effect since January 1st of last year, which is now over 1 year. The bylaw was passed by council on April 10th, 2024, 1 year and 9 months ago. The municipal law establishes a framework where a legal challenge to the passing of a municipal bylaw must be made within the first year after the bylaw was passed. It has been almost 2 years since Hamilton rent eviction bylaw was passed, and there have been no legal challenges to date. While concerns may remain, we believe enough time has passed to prove such a bylaw is legally sound. So in closing, Acorn proposes that the City of Waterloo conceive of the rent eviction bylaw as one of many tools among a spectrum of tenant supports aimed at stabilizing housing for tenants in Waterloo. Some of these supports already exist, such as the Water Landlord Licensing Program, the SDC Eviction Prevention Program, and while some are still in their exploration phase, such as the Apartment Building Safety Program. As but one tool in the box, the rent eviction bylaw would complement these other initiatives. Therefore, Acorn urges Waterloo Council to direct staff to proceed not only with option 3 as outlined by staff, but also to instruct staff to add measures implemented in Toronto and Hamilton, such as requirements to ensure temporary accommodations and compensation for moving costs. In addition, we ask staff be directed to bring forward the permanent renovation licensing program funding request as part of next year's budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions, council? Councilor Bodley.
Thank you through you, Chair Freeman. My question is about the assertion that it's working in Toronto and Hamilton, and it's something that I've struggled with. And so my question is around, so in Hamilton, according to our report, there were 3 renovation licenses issued and 300 inspections conducted. And what we're really talking about here when we had this report back in June was about bad actors exploiting loopholes. And so my question to you is, in the other 297 instances in Hamilton where there were inspections done on a reactive basis, where basically folks were coming in and saying, hey, we're concerned about us getting rent evicted here, and then Hamilton city staff went out to those 297 locations and did some sort of inspection, do we think no one was rent evicted from those places, or do we think that bad actors found a different way to exploit that loophole?
Right, so I'm aware of this statistic that was in the staff report, and I guess my answer to that would be if Hamilton has 300 individuals approaching city council with such dire needs that they need someone from city to come and actually inspect their situation, then actually the bylaw is doing its job. And city staff are stepping in, and the standard staff are stepping in to ensure that those tenants are being handled appropriately. The other portion to that is the fact that a rent-eviction bylaw is intended to be a deterrent, and so you would expect to see a smaller number of applications than former N13 or other evictions. That shows that the rent-eviction bylaw is doing its job.
I appreciate the commentary, though. Just a follow-up, if I may, though, through you, Chair Freeman. I fully agree that there's the possibility that this is creating sort of a deterrent for tenants, or for landlords, excuse me, to go through the official N13 process. But now that they've created this renovation license, I guess my question to you, just on the ground experience, perhaps from your counterparts in Hamilton, do we feel like any of those 297 folks who had inspections were renovicted through other sort of surreptitious means, as I say, sort of bad actors exploiting loopholes, choosing not to get a renovation license, and try not to swear here, being mean to their tenants?
So first of all, the information we got from Hamilton is that a lot of those 300, I guess, whatever you would call them, reports or whatever, were from prior years as well. They weren't all just from the year that the rent-eviction bylaw took place. They were from prior years. And I would say that we don't have that information. We can't directly correlate, was this individual, subsequently filed, an N12, like for landlord's own use or that kind of thing. Certainly possible, but you have to keep in mind too that not all of these individuals are ACORN members, right? So we're not gonna have that data unless we actually studied it. And occasionally we do those types of studies. We did a survey last year in Kitchener, Waterloo, regarding something different, but more specifically to rent evictions. But yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point, but I don't think it's a point that proves that the rent eviction bylaw is not protecting people from being rent evicted.
Sorry, I do have a list. So I have Councillor Rowe, I have Mayor McCabe, and I have Councillor Vasek.
Thank you, through you, Chair. My first question, Councillor Bodley already addressed it, and the concerns about informal rent evictions beneath the bylaw. My second question actually is about data, and I know that staff have presented 34 N13s in the last 5 years, I believe, and I'm wondering if you have any data in the last couple of years that you've been here in Waterloo that may supplement or add to that, or anything different than the 34 that we're aware of.
We have done a tenant survey, which is more of an informal thing than actually going out. We can't give you an exact number, but as staff did note, the scope of the problem is not accurately captured in that number. A lot of times the N13 process is used as leverage against tenants. We've seen a number of situations of tenants accepting cash for keys basically as the carrot side of the equation, with the potential N13 eviction process being the stick side of the situation. I can't give you exact statistics on how many times that's happened in Waterloo, but we know it's a problem all across Ontario.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just follow up with that. So I think the survey we did last year, we did survey all 3 cities in the region. I think the majority of our responses were from Kitchener, if I'm remembering correctly. We'd be happy to give you the report. It was released on ACORN's website publicly, but it would be the most up-to-date official information that we have for you. But yeah, just to follow up with Ken's point, like a significant number of, actually we have members who, like, anecdotally, I should say, we know from working with people in buildings that, we'll have 1 or 2 individuals approach us with, their concerns because they've actually received an N13. And by that point in time, most of the building has already been emptied because people just left. They did not fight their LTB or their N13 at the LTB. So again, no hard numbers for you, but I can definitely tell you anecdotally, it happens over and over again where people just leave and they don't get to the LTB and those numbers are not captured in their statistics.
Mayor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks for coming in and delegating and your work that you do on advocacy on this issue. I just wanted to clarify, because I was a bit confused. Ken, you were saying that about how many, how many staff, like you were comparing the amount of staff that are in Toronto and Hamilton versus the option 3, like what staff had proposed here, and saying that you thought if we did choose option 3, that it could be done with fewer staff. But then you said you wanted us to do option 3. So what were you really, that's what I heard you say.
Yeah.
Like, comparing Toronto, Hamilton to Waterloo, we would need far fewer staff in here. So,
Yeah.
So that's what, but you also asked us to
Well-
just accept, so are you suggesting that we need fewer staff if we did do option 3?
Yeah, so we know Hamilton uses, Hamilton uses 3 full-time staff for theirs, but they're a city that's 3 times the size of Waterloo, right? Toronto, of course, is going to use more because it's a much, much larger city. We don't see any reason why there should need to be 3 full-time staff specifically devoted to this. These are duties that could be assigned as appropriate either to current staff or to other staff. But this is basically the way that it's being drawn up by staff here is that this entire program will be created and siloed off from any other duties being performed by any other staff, which to me seems unrealistic.
Okay, thanks for that. I also just, with for either of you, with what you described as happening in Hamilton, and you were talking more about Hamilton than Toronto, so how is any of that work that they're doing there different than what happens with our staff through some of the work that we already have through our rental housing licensing program? Like you were talking about checking up on landlords and seeing sort of who's fixing their buildings, et cetera, et cetera. Like, how is that any different than what we do now?
So just to be clear, that is the majority of what the staff in Hamilton, and we heard back from both Hamilton and Toronto, but Toronto's program has only been in effect for like 6 months. So we don't have as, we just have more information from Hamilton, basically.
Sure. If you want to talk about Hamilton, that's fine.
Yeah, so I mean, and plus the city is much bigger than here, but also much closer in size. So the question was around, the duties or like what activities they're performing and how that's different than the rental licensing program. I mean, that's a really excellent question, and I would say what we know from the staff that are administering the bylaw in Hamilton is that this is the majority of their work because the number of N13s that they actually get are much lower than they were historically before the bylaw was in place. And just to reemphasize, that is what the bylaw was intended to do. Right? Eliminate those rent evictions because a lot of them are unnecessary and are purely done for a profit motive. So if you take away the profit motive by having tenant compensations, they reduce the number of N13s that are actually issued. And as a result, the majority of the time that the staff, what they're doing is they're checking up what, like, tenants come to them with questions or concerns, or what we often have happen is, well, I shouldn't say often, but we've heard it from members here even, the landlord will give them an unofficial, they'll give them a letter that they've typed up and said, you have to leave for renovations or whatever, not an official N13 notice from the ministry, which actually outlines their rights. So we see people getting false N13s in a sense, false rent eviction notices. So they're doing the majority of that kind of administrative work, calls, emails to landlords, tenants. But that is also, the kind of work that you might also be doing in your licensing program. You might also be doing in a future safe apartment bylaw. The point is that, as Ken outlined earlier, this program doesn't need to be siloed off from all these other programs. And these staff that are administering the bylaw in Hamilton, and we know this as, this is not just speculation, I know this as a fact, they do these other duties in addition to that bylaw. They're doing their safe apartment bylaw and things like that, right? So they have a mixture of things that they're addressing in their roles.
Sure. So it sounds like, to me, from what you're describing, and you don't have to respond to this, but it sounds like what you're describing is a lot of the work that's already happening by our staff through the program that we've had in place for since 2012. And then my other question to you is, what kind of, like, we're all aware that this is actually provincial work. So I'm just curious what kind of provincial advocacy you're directing at the provincial government rather than municipal governments.
Yeah, we get this question a lot. Pretty much every time we stand before City Council, whether it's here or Kitchener or in any other city. And the answer is, this government, Doug Ford government, even although he was factually incorrect, they do not provide funding to Acorn. He was publicly threatening to defund Acorn because we were activists and we're far left. So, I mean, just things like that. And it's just like, okay, I digress. Basically, the point is we do lots of activism. We do call blitzes. We go outside MPP offices. We write letters. We directly speak to Rob Flack, the housing minister, or try to anyway. So we're doing a lot of work. But I mean, if you're paying attention to politics in Ontario since 2018, this government is very much favorable to developers, and they don't listen to us, bottom line. We don't, I don't know if you want to add anything, Ken, seemed like you did, but.
So this is an objection that maybe made more sense before the last provincial elections. When we were discussing this matter with Kitchener City Council, one of the objections that we got was, well, there's a provincial election around the corner. Why don't you just do provincial advocacy? And of course, we saw the result of that, unfortunately. People can have their own opinions, but unfortunately that election did not go our way provincially. So we are approaching the cities. But we do continue to work at the province. I don't know if you followed the news surrounding Bill 60. One of our members was actually thrown out of Queen's Park and had insulting language hurled at him by the Premier from the floor of Queen's Park. That was an Acorn member. So we do actions there. We do direct our members to discuss matters and to approach their MPPs, and we will continue to do so. And perhaps at some point in the future, the provincial government will change. But unfortunately, that's at least 4 years from now, and there's going to be a lot of Waterloo residents, including people that will speak before you today, that will be impacted before the province has a chance to actually correct itself. If we could go to the province and fix this problem, we would do it 100%. 100%, we would not be approaching the cities. It would be a much better use of our resources to handle this at the provincial level, but that is not the reality of the situation. So that is why we're approaching Kitchener and Waterloo and Cambridge.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can I just add one more comment? I would be remiss if I didn't mention that, in case nobody knew, it was the strong activism for pro-housing advocates, housing rights, tenants' rights groups, including Acorn among one of them, that actually got the Ford government to repeal the most controversial and damaging part of Bill 60, which was to introduce fixed-term leases, which would mean that essentially all rent control would be circumvented because landlords could put a fixed term on the lease and then renew the terms of the lease after whatever period they wanted. So that was something we were able to do collectively, our organization as well as others. So just another example of, what we have tried with the province.
Okay, thank you.
Next on my list is Councillor Vasic.
Thanks through you, Chair. Thanks for your delegation and your ongoing work, advocacy work, and support work. Okay, so my question is about gaps in support and system navigation locally, but I want to provide a little bit of context. You've shared now that you are opposed to option 2 because it's a duplication of services. It's okay, I'm getting there, and you can respond. But then you're also suggesting that this is important work that the city do via option 3. And so my sense is that a person to help somebody navigate the system still seems important to you, but the hope is that you also see that a rental bylaw passes tonight, and so that's what you're trying to do, which is great. And also, I don't want to miss the point that I think I'm still hearing you make, which is that having somebody at the city to help somebody navigate a liaison type position is still important. That's what I'm getting from your delegation. So what I really want to understand, and you can respond to that if I'm wrong or if I'm right or if there's things to add, that's good. But my specific question related to that is, if we were to have a person to do the work, whether it was in option 2 or whether it was via option 3 because we did the bylaw, and also have a liaison person, can you tell me and help us all understand on council, what are the gaps in services that we are seeing in the that you're seeing in your work based on your close proximity to it?
Right. So as we said, we're not opposed to option 2. We understand that there is need for education for tenants, but we do want to emphasize something that we do bring this up every time we talk about this. The biggest gap here is not a gap of understanding, it's a gap of resources. There's a material difference between what the landlords can do and how much pain they can take, and the tenants. We've had a number of situations, including in London, not here in Kitchener, but here in Waterloo region, where tenants understood their rights 100%. There was no question about what rights they had and what their understanding of what the landlords owed them. It was their resources and abilities to actually enforce those rights. That is precisely why we expect the city to step in on their behalf, as it is, after all, their municipal government. The city has resources that an individual is not going to be able to have, and by taking a proactive approach with a bylaw, the city steps in and says this behavior is unacceptable straight out, instead of forcing each individual tenant to hire a lawyer or consult legal services, already straining the current legal services situation. Like, we're completely in agreement with option 2 in spirit, but what really needs to happen here is that resources need to be provided to the existing services, such as legal services, because they are overtaxed as is. Simply educating more tenants and sending more tenants to legal services does not actually solve the problem. Now you have a number of tenants who know their rights but still can't enforce them.
I'll just clarify. I would say that we are opposed to option 2 by itself, just to be clear. So yes, we want a rent eviction bylaw, which is option 3. We recognize, though, that with speaking to our colleagues in other cities, that in reality, if you write in a bylaw effectively, you're not going to get a lot of N13 applications, which is a good thing. And instead, those resources can be allocated to other programs, such as your licensing program, or possibly your future safe apartment bylaw, as an example. So I just wanted to provide that clarification. And in addition, we would also strongly urge council to please consider adding tenant accommodations, which are those rent gap payments, or alternative housing. And in the case of Toronto, they also have moving costs covered by the landlord, because the tenant has to move twice. They have to move out and then they have to move back in. And I recently had to move and I had to pay over $1,000 to get that done. And the reality is a lot of people just don't have that kind of money at hand for, a spurious N13 handed to them by their landlord.
Thanks. May I ask a follow-up based on that? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so regarding the resources, did you review the tenant? Where am I here? Sorry. The tenant. What's the fund? The tenant
Support fund. Yeah.
Thank you. What does it hit the mark on, and what more, from your perspective, would be needed, aside from more money, of course? It's $20,000 as a start, which is the recommendation. But what would you see if that were a complete support fund for the resources that you're saying don't exist? What would that include?
One thing off the top of my head, it would be like a form of legal aid, because the one that's funded by the province, I'll never forget when Doug Ford went into office. One of the first things he ever did was cut legal aid significantly in the province. So we are dealing with an underfunded legal aid system, and we know that they're triaging. And for example, we have a successful case at 250 Frederick here, where they were able to successfully win against their landlord. However, the landlord basically appealed that decision. And because of the funding gaps and insufficiencies at legal aid, their paralegal told them they have to get special approval, which has still not been confirmed, to still continue to support them through the appeal, because now it's counted as a new application, right? So these are the types of things that happen because a landlord appeals a decision, and now, what they thought meant they were safe, now they're going through the whole process all over again, potentially without legal protection. So that's a recent example, actually. So if you're going to consider a tenant support fund, I would strongly urge you to include like a paralegal or somebody who is qualified to help these people, because there's not enough resources in the community for that as it stands.
Sorry, next I have Councillor Roach.
Thank you very much, Jackie and Ken, for your advocacy and bringing tenants' voices forward. Just a quick question, just basically layering on the mayor's comment. You cite a first-year net operating cost figure for Hamilton and imply Waterloo should be much lower. Could you provide a source for that, for Hamilton's costs, and what's included? Is that staffing, legal, IT, enforcement, overhead? What's your source for that cost?
So our source is from our Hamilton Acorn chapter, who has contacts with city staff, and they're going to be doing an official sort of review of the first year of the bylaw, I believe, like in March or April, so it's too soon to get official publicly available data on that, but this is what we've been told. And as far as what it includes, it definitely includes the staff, but you can imagine at that number, it's like these aren't full-time equivalent staff, right? Like they're either part-time staff, or you might have 1 or 1.5 FTEs. I can't say for sure, but that's what I would speculate based on the numbers, administering a mixture of duties. And I think probably some of it also fell to people who are already in-house. And then I was also told that it included like the other resources. They didn't specify exactly what, but it wasn't just staff salaries. That's what they said, and that was a net number, net of revenue from, what are they? The application like fees and things like that.
So you're including legal and IT and...
Supposedly, yeah. Again, it wasn't broken down officially the way that it was in the report from your staff, but the number is so different that, you know, even if it was missing a few things, like the largest numbers on that report are the staff equivalents, right? Like the FTEs that are needed to fund the program. So, I mean, I would assume that the biggest gap would be just less FTEs than what staff are thinking they need.
Great, thank you,
Yeah.
Jackie and Ken.
So I think there was something that I'm trying to unpack here. So it's kind of to build on what Councillor Bolly was saying. Like, what prevents a landlord from basically bypassing everything and just letting units go to ruin, such that you find yourself in a situation where the building has to be condemned? And I don't really see how that helps the tenants.
That's an excellent question. So you do have a rental licensing program, okay? So there are things that other cities have also done. For example, Toronto has, I think it's called Rent Safe Toronto, but part of that program is they do basically they release public information, kind of like public health does with restaurants, right? Like whether they've passed their safe inspection, and you know, how number of incidences of foodborne illness and things like that, or how many violations. So if you have this information publicly available, and they do this in Montreal too, and as I said, now in Toronto, they display like a colored graded system in like a visible area on the building, what that particular building or company or whatever, how they do and how they rank with violating things that already exist, like building standards. You have like specific minimum heat requirements, for example. If you do introduce a safe apartments program in the future, like they have in Hamilton, that could also come into play as well, which is why, again, I go back to this whole thing. These are all interrelated, like these aren't isolated issues. So if you have a comprehensive program, like a comprehensive toolbox, as we sort of illustrated for you, where you have these different programs, they kind of have like a supporting effect on each other, right?
Okay, so what I heard you say was that because there hasn't been any N13 applications to the city of Hamilton.
There has been, but not, like there's like 5 or something, like it was a very low.
But the point was that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because you said that there's other programs in place where staff are going in, inspecting buildings, affecting change.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's great. That was my question.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't think there's any more questions for this delegation, but I think there's questions for staff based on your delegation. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
So I would like to just, sorry to jump in, but I would like to build on that question that I just asked at the podium. So to staff, I know that you've had conversations with the City of London, and I know you've had conversations with Toronto and Hamilton. So recognizing that there haven't been many N13 applications, and that the cities have been able to affect change by going in, inspecting, putting orders in place for property standards and so on. Is the program that we're doing around rental housing licensing robust enough that we are achieving that outcome?
I mean, that's a hard question to answer. I think we achieve good results with our current rental licensing program for low-rise properties and ensuring there's some proactive maintenance. Our property standards officers are extremely busy responding to tenant complaints for maintenance issues at rental properties, both low-rise and high-rise, and we do have mechanisms to address those issues. Our current rental licensing program was recently updated to include a tenant information package as mandatory, which is rolling out this spring, which will help inform tenants of their rights. But from a renoviction perspective, our current program would not address that particular issue.
Okay, that's great. I appreciate that insight. The other piece I heard was around, I heard that on the gaps in resources, that tenants understand their rights, but they don't have the resources such as access to legal service. I'm really struggling with understanding what access to legal services looks like and how the city could ever fill that gap. Or is Hamilton filling that gap, for example? And if they are, how are they doing it?
I'm not sure if Hamilton is or how they are doing that. Part of the idea behind the Tenant Support Fund was to have financial resources available to tenants that are having financial challenges related to evictions, and being able to give them some financial help to go seek their own paralegal to support them, or at least get some legal advice to help them through the process. We did speak with the region through our research and some of the options they have and the legal services and the challenges they face. And again, we did hear there's resource issues with the publicly funded legal aid that's available. And that's why the Tenant Support Fund allows kind of tenants maybe to circumvent that and to get their own legal help through that.
So when I was reading the report, there was reference made, and again, it still revolves around this legal piece, that a lot of prosecutions are expected. And can you help me to understand what prosecutions would come into play with a renoviction licensing piece?
I'm not sure there'd be a lot of prosecutions, but from our end, prosecutions would involve situations where landlords do not obtain the necessary license if a program was in place, and then we would the ability of the city to prevent a renoviction does not exist, but we could issue charges against the landlords that don't comply with our licensing program. So that's where prosecutions would come in if we need to proceed that route.
And then there was a lot of comments made with regard to the staff recommendation in terms of how many people would be needed and so on. Can you unpack that a bit? I mean, we have a tremendous amount of experience with managing a rental housing bylaw here in the city of Waterloo, and you know, I think you have a good handle on our call volumes and so on, because we're not new to this business. So can you help me to understand these numbers?
For sure. So I think in speaking with staff from Hamilton, as I think the delegates mentioned, their program is kind of blended with their apartment building safety program, and which comes with a large number of staff, from what I understand. So they may have more ability to absorb some of the workload from a renoviction program through those existing staff members. Also, we're proposing a tenant support liaison, which is one of the FTEs that are included in the program, which Hamilton does not provide for. And from a Waterloo perspective, as I mentioned earlier, our property standards officers are already extremely busy responding to maintenance concerns. Each officer responds to almost 600 complaints per year in their zones. So there's not really, unfortunately, there's not really a lot of capacity for us to take on more work. One additional officer is what we felt was needed to address a new program if it was put in place.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I have one comment related to that, and it kind of speaks to what Grant was referring to. When we did speak with Hamilton, again, it was combined with their apartment safety, and they hired approximately 28 officers. So I think that work, and they were new FTEs for both programs, and I think that work is being likely divvied up between those officers that they did hire for that program when they implemented.
So you said London hired 28?
Hamilton.
Hamilton hired 28. Okay. And how many do we have managing 600 complaints per person per year?
Well, that's one officer per 600 complaints, like within their zone per year.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Roach.
Thank you, Grant and Nicole. It's been suggested that we have this rental licensing program, and that will do some of the heavy lifting. But maybe if you can just educate me, because I see some problems maybe with this housing rental licensing, like a coverage gap. So our rental licensing doesn't cover a big part of the rental market, especially larger apartment buildings. Is that correct?
That's right. Our current rental licensing program was brought in a time when a lot of our challenges were low-rise rental properties. We didn't have the same stock of high-rise apartments as we do now. So essentially our current licensing program covers buildings 3 stories or less. But as I mentioned in the report, we are exploring a apartment building safety program similar to what Mississauga, Hamilton, and Toronto have.
So many tenants who face displacement currently aren't protected by this framework, correct?
Tenants who face displacement aren't protected through our current rental licensing bylaw or regardless of living in a low-rise or high-rise property. What they are protected or what they do benefit from the current licensing program is a proactive approach to ensuring the property is safe and habitable.
Right. Just another question, Chair. The rental licensing program also, it's mainly about building standards and safety. Renovictions and displacement. Renovictions are about displacement and tenant outcomes, and licensing itself doesn't change the incentive to push these tenants out, does it?
Yeah, licensing would not really, our current rental licensing bylaw does not speak directly to tenant displacement. What it does do is help us, have landlord contact information, have ability to connect with landlords easily, and again, improve unit safety.
Right. And there's just finally then, just on that, so the rental licensing protection, it doesn't kick in the moment the risk starts, like when an N13 is served. And we don't really have strong local data because the LTB does not provide that or share that with the city. Is that correct? So it's hard to really target problems and prove what's working or not working.
That's correct. I think any renovation or rental renovation licensing program would still rely on heavily on complaints from tenants for us to become aware of them. We really don't have another mechanism to become aware of N13s because any landlord can essentially print off an N13 from the LTB website and serve it on a tenant without any filing of any paperwork.
So the rental licensing program, what percentage of renters would that support in Waterloo? Less than 50%?
So our current rental licensing program for low-rise licenses between 4,000 and 5,000 rental units currently, so probably 25% of the current rental stock.
Thank you.
Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on sort of a little bit of what Councillor Roach was saying about tenant displacement. And I know this isn't something that you're working on, and perhaps we can turn to Commissioner Ormston if you prefer. But there is a rental replacement bylaw in the works. Am I correct on that? That's something that will be coming forward hopefully before long?
Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Rowe. Councillor Rowe, I'm not clear on your question, and I'm also not aware of that bylaw.
I could maybe speak to that. So it's a rental replacement bylaw is a process regulated through the Planning Act that requires when a building is being demolished that it be replaced with equivalent units. It was an item that has been identified for future development, from what I understand.
Okay, I'm going to have to go back to staff to talk about it. Sorry. Yes, okay, thank you. This is something that's come up for me in a couple of neighborhoods, specifically like behind St. David's there, where apartments, I think it's 6 or more units, the discussion has been about a rental replacement, like the option to return or funds to have a similar place. So that is not in effect yet. I can go back to staff, but I just wanted to raise that is something, certainly something that I'm interested in and have talked to staff about. But I will leave it there, but I just wanted to raise that as Councillor Roach was mentioning something like that.
Thank you. Councillor Roach, did you have another question? Your microphone's still on, and I just wasn't sure. Okay. So, Councillor Vassic.
Yeah, thanks so much. I have a question for staff, but may I ask a process question? I have thought of another question for the ACORN delegation, and I can save it till later should it maybe be responded to throughout. But if it's not, is it possible to ask a delegate to come back up to respond to a question?
It wouldn't be typical to do that, so would it be okay? Can we wait and hear the other delegations? Because maybe you can fit your question in there.
Totally, yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
That'd be great.
Okay. Okay, so 2 questions to staff. So about the tenant support fund. Will it be one of the challenges with legal aid or Waterloo Region Community Legal Services is that it can be accessed by folks who have low income, and so many folks who are facing eviction or could be facing eviction don't even qualify for legal aid, and so would this support be accessible to low income, moderate income? How will you determine eligibility in that way?
Through the chair to Councillor Vassic, I mean I think the tenant support fund is flexible in how we decide to use it. I think what we would do is because it's tied to the tenant support liaison, have them develop draft policies that council could review and approve for who might be eligible for that. And that would guide our decision making on those.
Okay, thanks. And then the other question I have from the response from Acorn is around the paralegal, and that seems to be a gap in support that folks have. So I know we have parameters around our legal staff and what kind of advice they can provide to the community, but is a paralegal a staff person that the city could, this may be a question for legal services, but it's a question that only just emerged for me. So could the city hire a paralegal that supports folks? Like if we need staff people, I'm just trying to think of if whatever's in the report is not the best configuration, what do we really need? And a paralegal might be something we need. And I don't know if that's, appropriate to have internally here, if it would be permitted to have internally here, if it would make sense to fund another organization to have it. Like, I don't know the details of that, but thanks.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Vasek, I think that would be a question we would have to take back to our legal division. Typically, they're here to prosecute, like, sort of our items and wouldn't be providing legal advice to the public, which is where we kind of landed with the tenant support and being able to fund legal services for those folks. But we can take that back too.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to move on to our next delegate, which is Alexander Pavlov. Welcome, Alexander.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to present Community Legal Information Project. I'm a former lawyer with 20 years of experience from Bulgaria, and I created a concept for Community Legal Information Project 7 years ago. I was inspired by my work experience as shelter worker. I worked in different shelters, and I recognized how big is the need for legal information help for the most vulnerable people in our community. I created a concept which is designed to help the most vulnerable people to get affordable and accessible legal information help. I make clear difference between legal information and legal advice, and at the same time, I recognize the importance of information and help for people who are not able to get the traditional legal help. I witness many people who are becoming homeless because they're not able to get affordable legal information help. And it's not only the price which was the problem. There are many other problems. The existing judicial system is too rigid. Often people are not able to get in contact with legal professionals. Often they're feeling intimidated in the court system. Sometimes they're not able to understand their rights. And I decided to connect the dots in my career as a lawyer, former lawyer and community worker. And I was encouraged by the welcoming and inclusive character of our community, where everybody is welcome from different parts of the world. So gradually, as of 2018, I built up a network of people, lawyers, legal professionals, social workers, police officers, and also institutions which showed interest to this idea. And at the same time, I identified the main needs in our community. I would like to show the next slide. So unfortunately, many residents are not able to access legal services because of many reasons. Often it's not the cost, but at the same time there's a big gap in the connection between people and resources. Growing demographic in our community puts a lot of pressure on the access to justice. Many people don't speak English or don't speak enough well English. Often they don't understand the legal terminology. And at the same time, there is existing mistrust to the legal system. Often people are not happy with the service which they get from lawyers. And in this way, I was able to create a system including trusted community justice helpers, which are meeting with people in community settings, in shelters, doing also street outreach, meeting people in encampments, and providing them with affordable and accessible, verified legal information. In 2022, I created a similar project, Find Your Legal Pet, and later I added new elements in this idea. In 2025, we applied for grants through Law Foundation of Ontario, and we received a grant which made the accomplishment of this idea possible. So now we are operating as of 1st of September last year. We're meeting homeless people and people who are living on the border of homelessness in different community settings. We meet people in Ray of Hope. We meet people in Social Development Center. We meet people in the encampment at Victoria and Weber. We meet people also in supportive housing of Waterloo, in 2 churches, in Indian temple. And also we have interest from different other agencies which are willing to provide space for our community justice helpers. Our team includes lawyers from 6 different countries. We have one supervising Canadian lawyer who is providing overall supervision of the project. And the others are lawyers from Nigeria, India, Eritrea, paralegal from Pakistan, and I myself from Bulgaria. So we want to feel that everybody is supported in the access to justice. The growing change in the demographic puts a lot of pressure on the families of newcomers who are coming in the community. They are big families living in small units. They have a lot of children. Often they have issues with them in school. Young kids are involved in gangs with drugs. And if they have legal problem on top of the existing economical problem, it puts a lot of pressure on the family fabric. So in this way, we're helping not only the homeless population, but also to newcomers, immigrants who are experiencing significant problems in the access to justice. May I see the next slide, please? The purpose of the project is to empower people to get affordable and accessible legal information from verified resources. We have partnership with Community Legal Education Ontario, which is trusted resource of legal information. We also are using resources from government websites. Often our clients are not able to access the existing resources for different reasons. Many of them are in bad, very bad physical and mental health. Often they're intoxicated. They're experiencing serious mental health problems, which made them unable to recognize the essence of what they are doing and how to resolve their legal problems. And when a person from this demographic group has one problem, usually it leads to another problem. If a person is homeless, they usually develop substance use addiction, they develop mental health problems, and this is a vicious circle which is very difficult to break. And our purpose is to show them that they are valued, they have a trusted ally who can help them to get legal information to protect their rights. We are not providing legal advice or court representation. We have a list of lawyers, volunteers who agree to provide pro bono legal advice. Some of them 1 hour, some of them half hour per month. And for those of them who need legal advice, we refer to legal professionals, lawyers or paralegals. We want to promote the idea for using artificial intelligence to help these underserved people to know more about their legal rights. Many of them are technically savvy, but they need navigation in order to get the resource which can help them. I have to say that since the beginning of this project, I met a lot of encouragement and sympathy from the overall community, including lawyers, police officers. They recognize how big is the problem with the crisis in the access to justice. I myself am coming from a country in Eastern Europe, which has a lot of problems, but even there, the access to justice is not so difficult like in Canada. 1 hour family law advice can reach at least $400. Many of these people cannot afford this. At the same time, legal aid provides certain services which are not suitable for everybody. Many people who earn certain income don't qualify for legal aid. We want to continue our work. Our project ends in the end of February, and we want to empower the broader community to utilize the existing resources, and at the same time, this project is part of the global trend for empowering community organizations and community settings to provide legal information help. Our ultimate goal is to advocate for legislative change in the future, which will provide opportunity for community workers, church workers, librarians, social workers to provide legal advice for certain subjects. We believe that the future in the legal help in the country is bright, and we rely on the resourcefulness of this community. And we are open for any kind of partnership for educating these people. We want to help them to know their rights and to be supported. And we want to show them that nobody should be left behind.
Thank you. So just from clarity, I mean, we're talking about individuals who may need help navigating the legal system associated with the landlord and tenant board. Is that a primary area in which your team is working? Or maybe you can help me to understand, your caseload a bit.
Yes, we served over 1,100 people as of beginning of September, and we have statistics and we're gathering data of the problems which are facing our participants. And the vast majority of them have problems with the housing. Often they don't know their rights, especially people who are newcomers, immigrants. Even often they don't know what's happening. They cannot understand the process, and receiving official document by mail is a big shock for them. And we believe that educating them, helping them to know more about their rights, and they have a lot of rights, can be vital for them. At the same time, our data collection shows clear link between different problems. Housing is related to substance use problem, to criminal law problems, to family law problems. There are different links between these groups of problems, and we have very interesting and very meaningful statistics from our work. So we are working until end of January, and in February we'll make assessment of our work, and we'll have more clear vision about the existing trends for the problems in our community, in the legal field.
Thank you. Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Alexander, thank you very much for your presentation, and it is an interesting program that you've got going. I just want to clarify a couple things that I think I heard you say, that this is a pilot project. Can you share with us the timing of it and what the funding is right now, and then what your plans are for sustaining this program?
As I said, we received a grant in July from Law Foundation of Ontario, and we have now is the 5th month of the project. We had 1 month training, 4 months activities, which end on 31st of January. February we'll make assessment, and then we'll make final report to our donor. So I was really impressed by overwhelming interest from the community, that many people are outreaching, including lawyers from overseas, and we believe that this can be the beginning of one bigger trend, bigger project, which can expand not only in Kitchener-Waterloo, but also in the province, and which can help to address the existing justice crisis. I would say one thing, I remember from my work in the transitional housing shelter at University Avenue that one resident wrote on his door, "I'm homeless because my wife had a lawyer and I had duty counsel."
A follow-on if I could, thank you. So you're also saying in the 4 months that you've been really active, you have 1,100 cases?
1,100 participants have been served with legal information or referral to different agencies.
To different sources. Very, very much typifying a gap in information or opportunity for information in our community. Thank you.
Mayor McCabe.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex, for coming in today. And I know you've been at the region as well. And thanks to Judith and David for meeting with us just last week and for the work that you're doing. It's as Councillor Hanmer just asked about the numbers, it's really impressive. 1,100 people served with the legal information they need, or in just 4 months. So thank you for that. That's really quite impressive. I'm curious about who you're able to serve. Is it like people who have no income, low income, mid income? Is it sort of anyone in that income level?
The grant from Law Foundation was given specifically for work with homeless population, but also with other low-income groups. And our main focus was the shelter settings and the tent encampments. But at the same time, we are operating in different community centers when we are helping different immigrant groups from African and Middle East communities, and they have severe problems. So we recognize that this is problem not only for the homeless population, but it's problem for everybody, because the current state of the legal industry is that really for more serious problem, people have to have really a lot of money even to get the basic legal advice. I myself tried to find lawyer for medical malpractice for one of my co-workers. Couldn't find, talk with 12 lawyers. Nobody wanted to take medical malpractice case. So it's just difficult. The system is designed that has rigid requirements to the lawyers. They don't accept every kind of client. And people just lost. Right. And this is where the information help project can help.
So, and just a follow-up to that, thanks, Alex. Because you were here, like when the previous people were speaking, the previous delegation was speaking, and then you've heard some questions from our council to staff, and there's been discussion about the gaps in the system, the gaps in the legal system, particularly, or the rental housing system. But so is this where you and CLIP, like in the pro bono lawyers that you're working with, is this where you're stepping in? Is that sort of how you would really describe the services? Like you're stepping in to fill those legal gaps?
So the majority of the problems can be resolved through providing information resources. Right. In my observation, the majority of the cases can be resolved without involvement of lawyers.
Okay.
I mean, they need some basic guidance. And of course, for some of them who need, let's say, criminal charges, they need a lawyer. But right, for the majority of the cases, they just need information resources.
Around the housing, and that is, okay. Okay, thanks very much. And have you worked with, are you working directly with the Waterloo Region Community Legal Services, and are you working with Eggcorn as well?
Yeah, I'm a member of the board of Waterloo Region Community Legal Services, and I'm giving them regular updates for the work of the project to avoid conflict of interest.
Okay.
And they're very interested. Even we had a Zoom meeting with their staff. They had many questions about our work because they're also overwhelmed.
Right.
They cannot accept every client, and they need a lot of help, especially for the encampments, where the situation is really very serious.
Yeah, yeah. So CLIP is, I mean, it really sounds like you're serving a really useful role. I mean, as you said, 1,100 people provided this information around housing and their rights, and that in 4 months. That's quite impressive. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you remind me how many folks are kind of in your team? Again, how many people are in there?
The project is managed currently by Peace for All Canada. This is not for profit corporation. It has executive director, financial officer, HR person, media specialist, and CLIP project includes myself as a project lead, 3 community justice helpers, outreach coordinator, program manager, and supervising lawyer, who is now here.
So that kind of puts into context the 3 full-time equivalent staff that our staff have been suggesting. So thank you very much for that information. I really appreciate it. Any other questions for this delegate?
Through you, Chair. Actually, not a question, but I just wanted to thank you for coming and presenting. This is really interesting and important information, and I'm pleased to see you partnering with Peace for All Canada. I'm familiar with them and Ayuko Solomon, so I look forward to your report. Thank you.
Any other questions for this delegate? Thank you very much for joining us. Council, I have a request to take a 15-minute recess. So we're going to do that, and we'll return to the council chambers at 6:30. For those that are joining us, just a reminder that when we come back, we will have 40 more minutes of delegations at a minimum before council will start considering next steps. So it's looking like it might be a little bit of a long night. So I just wanted to let everyone know. I'm just, we're going to keep going, folks. I know that a couple of councillors wanted to dash out and just grab a quick bit of sustenance. We've been here since a while. Next up is Randall Whitheld. Welcome, Randall.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Randall Whithel, and I reside in the city of Waterloo. I'd like to start my remarks by offering my respects to the mayor, city councilors, knowledgeable staff, because I do value the opportunity to share my thoughts with you this evening on an issue of significance. There are two observations that I'd like to address with you. Number one, the failure in passing a renoviction bylaw might be considered by some as an act of discrimination against Waterloo tenants, and as such to be condemned. Number two, the success in passing a renoviction bylaw would be considered as a statement of moral leadership by Waterloo City Council to be admired and applauded. It's kind of, which side of history do you guys want to be on? Observation number one, some details. Discrimination is an unjust and unfair treatment of people, whether as individuals or groups, when they are denied equal opportunities or rights compared to other individuals or groups. And the essential word to emphasize is equal, which is why it's so necessary for City Council to pass a renoviction bylaw. Because if you don't, you might be seen as discriminating against your fellow citizens, your fellow human beings, and in the end, your fellow voters. How is that so, Randall? Let me tell you. Tenants in London, Hamilton, and Toronto have already received the benefits of renoviction bylaws, and other municipalities are considering their implementation. For example, our neighbors, Kitchener City Hall, was originally opposed to such a bylaw, but they reversed that negative position and turned it into a positive one. How was that so? Because Kitchener City Council was thoughtful enough to evaluate the new insights provided by individuals, plus groups like Acorn, and that additional information allowed them to change their original opposition to subsequent support. And this evening, thankfully, all you on City Council have that opportunity as well. Consider this simple fact. Why should tenants in Waterloo be entitled, why should tenants in Waterloo, missing the word, not be entitled to the same benefits as tenants in London, Hamilton, or Toronto? And how could that discrimination be justified in terms that they could understand to tenants in Waterloo? In an election year, I find it's impossible to imagine any candidate or a member of city staff being able to justify such discrimination in rational terms that could convince tenants of its justification. So I'm going to try to justify that discrimination in irrational terms as I pretend to address a group of Waterloo tenants. They say politics is mostly theater. I'm going to give you a little bit of theater. Relax, it ain't Shakespeare. It might be closer to theater of the absurd. Okay, I'm standing before a group of tenants. I'm a city representative, and the question about a renoviction bylaw comes up. Here's my theatrical response. Oh well, Gee whiz. Sorry, guys. You want the benefits of a rent-eviction bylaw? Here in Waterloo? Sorry, we just can't provide that here. But all is not lost. If you want the benefits of a rent-eviction bylaw, we've got a great solution. You just have to move. Maybe Kitchener can help you, or Toronto, or Hamilton, or London. But Waterloo, where you've lived and contributed for many, many years, gee shucks, we can't quite pull that off. Kind of sorry, guys. No can do. Observation number 2. In an election year, moral leadership might be seen as an attractive quality for voters. And the success of a rent-eviction bylaw gives each and every candidate for city council a cause to strengthen their chance for election by supporting justice, fairness, equality, and the common good, because that's what morality is. And I know, everybody's going to say, people like tenants, they just don't vote. Tenants don't vote. But maybe they would if they had a good reason to, like a rent-eviction bylaw. When City Council is considering such a bylaw, it's important that we remember the obvious, that you're not just considering a question of brick and concrete and mortar, principles and policies, permits and procedures. You're considering something much more important, which is the people who live within those apartments of brick and concrete and mortar and call them home. Because I believe that the secure living opportunities of tenants should not be subservient, that's a good word, subservient, to the financial opportunities for housing developers, landlords, property managers, and investment brokers of all sorts. As I said, morality is about justice, fairness, equality, and the common good. And all those qualities will be represented by a rent-eviction bylaw, a worthy achievement and worthy of admiration and applause. In closing, I would like to state the obvious, lest anyone take the obvious for granted. Such a bylaw causes no harm, but it will prevent a great deal of harm. The tenants of Waterloo deserve no less. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions for this delegate, Councillor Rowe?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted to make a comment. Randall, I really appreciate you coming in and delegating, and I always enjoy our conversations. And also, I commend you for your commitment to the community. I know we've had conversations before about other developments, and so you sharing your perspective is really appreciated.
Thank you for the encouragement.
Any other questions, Council? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
A quick question for staff. The suggestion was that Kitchener has passed a rent-eviction bylaw. I didn't think that was the case. Can you help me to understand where Kitchener's at?
From our understanding, Kitchener Council directed their staff to do some more research. They've hired a consultant and are planning to report back in the next few months.
Thank you. That had been my understanding. I appreciate that. Thanks. Next delegate is Elliot Wand. Elliot, you have 10 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, councillors. I've spoken to you all before.
Sorry, can I just trouble you to speak right into the microphone? You
Absolutely.
can lower the podium if it's more comfortable for you. For anyone who might be listening online, and I don't hear all that great, so
No
thank you.
problem. Is that better? So I spoke all of you back in June. I told you about the building that I live in that has 8 units and how 6 of those units have been emptied through N13s. But I would like to note that none of those N13s would show up in numbers from the LTB because none of those tenants contested it, so none of those were ever filed. So there's 6 additional N13s for you guys to add to your numbers. A week after that council meeting, my upstairs neighbors got their N13 notice. They've lived there for about 10 years, and now they're expected to leave. My N13 notice came at the beginning of October. I told you before that every day when I get home, I check my mailbox and I expect to see an N13. Well, mine didn't show up in my mailbox. It was not handed to me. It was not emailed to me. It was hidden underneath the doormat in front of my home. I only found it probably weeks after it had been delivered because I fumbled my keys one day and bent down to pick them up and saw the corner of the envelope sticking out. So make no mistake that a lot of these landlords are not only filing what are basically unnecessary and unneeded N13s, but they have total disregard for their tenants and for our legal system that kind of defines tenant rights. I've been living in my unit since December 2019. It was freshly renovated before I moved in. It's got some minor issues. It's an old building. The kitchen cabinets could be replaced, but no major work needs to be done. However, my N13, which I have with me right here, cites that they need to repaint the entire unit. They need to refloor the entire unit. They want to replace all the interior doors to the unit. They want to replace bathroom fixtures. None of those, you'll note, would require vacant possession of a unit. But they also say that my unit has asbestos, which is news to me because they would have to file through legal systems that we have in place if they find asbestos in a building, but I've gotten no notification of that, and none of the other units that they've renovated they've taken special care or precaution with, so I can only assume that that's either a scare tactic or that they just don't care about following those parts of the law either. I took time off work to be here today, so I'm literally losing money just to be here to talk about this because that's how important this is that a day's wages is less impactful to me than being here to tell you that we need this bylaw in place. I shouldn't have to be here. I should never have to approach any level of my government and fight for the right to remain housed when I follow all the rules and regulations. I've never missed a payment. I pay all of my rent on time. There is no reason for me not to be housed, but I have to come here and ask for protections to remain housed. Quite frankly, it's ridiculous. The solution we're talking about here with this bylaw has been used throughout British Columbia. It was even adopted by the British Columbia provincial government. We've seen it used throughout municipalities in Ontario, and we know that it works. We have the numbers. Groups like Acorn that deal with tenants see fewer tenants dealing with N13 eviction issues after these bills come into place. Like I said, my building of 8 units, 6 of those 8 N13s will never be filed. That's 1/4 of the total N13s is being filed. What about a building of 12? If only 2 tenants report N13s, there's 10 more unnoticed ones. Like the problem is much bigger than the data we have on it. And there's no real way, unfortunately, to know how big of an issue it is because of the way that the LTB operates. It's a totally reactive system, which is why we need something a lot more proactive, like a bill like this. We also need to send a message to these bad faith and unscrupulous landlords and these faceless corporate entities that only care about turning a profit. They need to know that we know what they're doing, that protections are being put into place to prevent them from breaking the rules, and that there are repercussions for when they do break those rules. There's also the risk that if we're one of the only municipalities that doesn't pass a law like this, then every single business that wants to use this business model to just make more money is going to flood into here, and we're going to be even more unlivable than we already are. I am uniquely positioned with a very good support system to fight an N13 like this. Being part of Acorn, I'm also not the most disadvantageous in terms of income. So I do have supports to fight this, The issue is I shouldn't have to fight this. And even if I fight this and win, my landlord can turn around and issue another N13 eviction notice, and I have to start this whole process from the beginning. There's absolutely zero repercussions for them to harass us over and over and over and over again. And there does come a point where I won't be able to fight back anymore. Having a legal, a lawyer or paralegal or anything like that will be a non-insignificant financial cost to me, and I will not be able to do that multiple times, whereas my landlords can hire somebody whose full-time job it is to try to evict me. That's all I really had to say. There was a member here that asked if I could speak on his behalf quickly. He wasn't able to speak, so he had a little statement here that I just want to try to get through in my remaining time, if that's all right. My name is Jeff. I'm a tenant living here in Waterloo near the university. My family moved here because we wanted to live in a community that values stability and fairness. We left a situation where institutions were failing to protect people, so it's disheartening to see our own city staff recommend doing nothing when you have a clear tool to help protect our neighbors. I am here to ask you to vote no to the recommendation to maintain the current level of service and instead urge you to pass the motion for option 3 to implement the rental renovation licensing program. I've read the report carefully. The recommendation to do nothing exists entirely on the claim that the renovation evictions are a low volume issue. Staff cite an average of only 7 cases a year, but if you look closely at section 3 of the report, staff admit this is a number only reflects cases filed with the Landlord-Tenant Board. They explicitly acknowledge that informal evictions likely happen far more often, where a landlord hands tenant a notice and the tenant, afraid or unaware of their rights, simply leaves. By choosing option 1, the city is saying that because these tenants are leaving quietly, they don't count. That's a failure of governance. We cannot base our housing policy on a survivor bias. Counting only the few people who had the resources to fight back in court. Staff also warned that option 3 is too expensive, but I ask you to look at the cost of the alternative. What is the cost to this city when a family loses affordable housing and ends up in the shelter system? What is the cost to the community stability? The report mentions that other cities like Hamilton and London are finding high investigative workloads. That doesn't prove the program's a failure, it proves the program is necessary. It shows that when you start looking, you find problems that need fixing. The report offers option 2, a tenant support liaison. Well, better than nothing, a liaison without a licensing bylaw is a support worker with no teeth. They can hold a tenant's hand while they lose their home, but they cannot stop a bad faith eviction. Only option 3, the licensing program, removes the financial incentive for landlords to evict in bad faith. The draft bylaw is right there in the packet. The framework is ready. The province is currently passing laws to speed up evictions. We need the City of Waterloo to step up where the province is stepping back. Please do not vote for the status quo, reject the recommendation to monitor the situation while people lose their homes, and vote for option 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the delegate council? Councillor Rowe.
I have a comment. First of all, thank you for coming and delegating. And I am sorry for what you're going through, because I can't imagine how challenging that must be. I just wanted to mention British Columbia, because you did mention that as an example. And it was my understanding, I attended the event with Brian Doucette's documentary, that British Columbia worked because the provincial government supported it, and then they were able to repeal the bylaw because the provincial government took over or basically enacted protection. So my comment is, I think it underscores the realities of this provincial government and the lack of support that tenants receive. So I just wanted to clarify a little bit that BC worked because they had that support as well. So.
Oh, is that something I can
quick
respond to?
Yeah, for sure.
I'd say that Westminster proved that system works, and then the province adopted it for the entirety of the province. I'm not going to say that one municipality passing one bylaw fixes everything. It doesn't. The system's obviously a lot more complicated than that. But New Westminster proved that model worked, and so created the support that was necessary, and so the entire province adopted that system.
Yes, I think I absolutely hear you. My comment was more a reflection on where we're at with this government that isn't as supportive. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your delegation. Question for staff.
Sorry. Through you, Chair Freeman. I wanted to maybe speak to, this is a question that emerged from the delegate here. The delegate is sort of making the assertion that the N13 that he's received is quasi, at least in bad faith, on account of the asbestos piece, and not necessarily knowing whether or not that's been confirmed or not confirmed. My question is, in a world where we have enacted the renovation license, if we have gone with option 3 here today, what would we do, and what would the ramifications be to a landlord if we discovered that they had issued a N13 without consulting us inappropriately, or if they had issued some non-official notice to leave? What would be the ramifications for that? What could we legally, or what could we do from an enforcement perspective?
Through the chair to Councillor Bonnelly, what we would do is lay charges. So we would have fines under our administrative monetary penalties bylaw, or we could pursue charges through the provincial courts, depending on the severity of the situation, and issue charges to the landlord for failing to comply with the licensing requirements.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Our next delegate is Ryan Murdoch. Welcome, Ryan. You have 5 minutes.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little mad. Option 1 is honestly, like, it feels insulting to look and see the housing crisis and to realize that people can be made homeless and we could do something about it, and the recommendation to be do nothing. It's very frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, so option 1, insulting. Option 2 feels disingenuous. It feels like it's there so that maybe we can pass something and give ourselves a good old pat on the back. We did something today. But you didn't. If you pass option 2, you've done nothing. Okay, like I'm a line cook, so sorry if I'm blunter than some of the very nice people who came before me. But if you pass option 2, just do option 1. Okay, because you've done nothing. Okay, because the idea that the systemic issues will still remain, and you will rely on quote unquote wraparound services, which will never meet the demand, okay? They will never. If you want to talk about costs, okay, start funding legal services enough to cost every bad faith eviction, and then show me the money. You will spend so much more, right? Because you will never meet that. Wraparound services get used up insanely fast. Very few people actually ever get access to that legal aid, because how much is legal aid? Like, think about how much a good lawyer costs. Mostly you're funding people to honestly get a lawyer that will probably lose, right? Because the landlords, they're hiring good lawyers, right? So if you pass option 2, at best you've put a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. And yeah, so wraparound services are far from enough, and they will never be available to enough people who need them. So those people are just out of luck, left to the winds, left to the streets. Option 3 is the only option. Option 3 is the only option, and even it needs some serious amendments. The one put forth, very weak. All right, landlords only understand one thing, and that's money. All right, so when we ask what the bylaw can do, as all bylaws do, monetary punishment. That's not new. Every bylaw you've ever passed for anything where you don't want people to do something comes with that. I don't even understand how that's a question, to be honest. You find the f***ing out of them, right? You make it so if they want to be a bad faith scum landlord, it's going to cost them money. Because otherwise, what do you think a landlord's going to do if it doesn't cost them money? They're going to do it anyway, because they're already doing it. They already break every law, everything they can if they think they can get away with it. And the idea that there's only, like, as Elliot said, and Others, like, I'm from Kitchener, but don't think I'm here not representing Waterloo people. Like, Emmanuel was unable to register in time because, honestly, every council in this area has different rules, and it's obnoxious to figure out when you're supposed to be registering for anything. So I am representing many Waterloo people who have these same concerns. And some of them are also just too nice to come here and talk like this, I think, okay? Because, like, it's tough to talk like this. Like, it makes, I'm upset, man. Like, so, because I got to stay on topic. The bylaw must include temporary accommodations paid for by the landlord. If they want to kick you out of their house, they can pay to figure out where you go. They're also, most of them, let's be honest, aren't mom and pop people. They're big business. They have places they can just put you. It's not so hard. And they'll figure it out once you make them. If you make it cost them money, they'll figure that out right quick. And they'll still make money. Because if you can't make money in housing, like in Canada, then like you're just a bad capitalist. And like you're allowed to fail in capitalism, I've been told. Although sometimes some people get weird protection and we're like, oh, you can't fail. Well, no. Like, I'm allowed to fail, so, sorry. So temporary accommodations. Rental top-ups, because if they find you a place that costs more, why are you paying for that? You already have a place. Moving costs covered, because yeah, moving costs are brutal. And like, we won't want to pretend like everyone who gets an N13 can just call up their friends, right? And have people, right? So we need significant consequences for not following this bylaw, because that is the only language they understand. Now, I have 10 seconds. I want us to think back to that moment of reflection that was hilariously put at the beginning of this meeting. Since then, all I've heard, no compassion, just talk of money, talk of how much it will cost. What about the human costs? All right, because if you don't pass a strict rent eviction bylaw, there will be homeless people because of that, and they will die. Some of them will die. Like, that's real talk, right? But that's the truth. So, I don't know, like, I don't want to sugarcoat it, right? Like, if you don't do anything, there's a tragic human cost, irregardless of how much. And government isn't about every bit of money working out. Yeah, you got to make budgets work. That's what you signed up for. So, yeah, people will lose their homes and be homeless if you don't pass this bylaw. And then what will that also cost you? We can do some numbers. I ain't a numbers guy. All right, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you for sharing your thoughts. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Rowe had a question. My apologies.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have a question because I know in our previous conversations that Councillor Bodley raised and that I was concerned about as well is pushing in the numbers of informal rent evictions up. So I'm just curious from your perspective, and when you talk about, because this is something that I am struggling with, when you talk about the worst type of landlord and that they need a monetary fine or charges, do you believe that landlord is the one that's going to legally file his request for an N13 through the city? Or, like, my concern is that's the one who's not going to, and then that will just exacerbate the situation.
They already don't. So, like, that's
Yes.
honestly, like, that's a false concern, because yeah, they will probably try a new loophole, but like, when there's a loophole, do you not close it because they'll find another loophole? No, you work on closing the other loophole, right? Like, so, like, that to me is a fundamentally, like, misunderstanding of the issue, because yeah, a bad faith landlord is going to try to find other things. And honestly, to be honest, I don't think there's that much difference between the worst landlord and the best landlord, right? Like, a landlord. You're profiting off of people having shelter. But that's another topic. But if you're bad faith, like, so close this one, because we know they're using it. So you can take this gaping hole and you can shrink it. And I'm not saying like, this isn't going to solve everything. No one's claiming that. No bylaw solves everything, but you still pass bylaws, right? So yeah, some landlords are still going to be pieces of crap, but we can punish the ones. And the N13, like, it'll literally be a fine if they don't notify the city. So that essentially, to a large extent, as we can see from the fact that landlords in cities where this is passed are not handing out as many N13s. Landlords hand out N13s wherever this isn't like a generous person on Halloween handing out candy. They just go, okay, I guess it's the opposite of Halloween, because they go into a building and they just drop N13s at every vulnerable household that they think pays a lower rent than they can get. They just flood, right? And it's just see what they can get, right? If you flood an apartment building with N13s, you get like 5 people leave, whatever. You've made mad stacks, because now you've got a rent that can bump up because we don't have rent control. But you guys can prevent that by doing this. And when people report that they're just handing out N13s, you can find them, because there's mechanisms in place, right? The bylaws, like if you design the bylaw well, which please, because there are examples of it, you can ensure that if they just flood them, like they're not fulfilling their due diligence under the bylaw, and then you can find them, and they will understand that. And they don't want that. So you will have done something that, I'm not saying it's going to keep everyone in their house. I'm saying it will do a ton. And even if we keep like 10 families in their house, like, are you all going to look at me and say that's not worth it? Right? Like, look at me and tell me that's not worth it. Because if you vote for 1 or 2, that's what you are telling me. And I will be even madder. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you again. The next delegate is Curtis Sutton. And Curtis, you have 5 minutes.
How does this?
There's just a little arrow on the side. It should lift for you.
Oh, thank you. Just a little.
And then Nicole, you can see
That'll work.
she doesn't need it that high.
Thank you. That'll work. Hello and good evening, councilors. My name is Curtis Sutton, and I'm coming to you today from a part of the city that you probably don't hear from very often. I'm a resident of Sunnydale Place and have been so with my father, a longtime union member, for nearly 13 years. My reason for coming before you today is to implore you to pass a rental renovation license bylaw and to go against staff recommendations for maintaining current levels of service for tenant supports, as was outlined in a recent report. We are in a crisis in our city, region, province, and not passing some sort of licensing program or ban on renovictions will have horrific consequences for many residents in this city. Perhaps some of you have never had to live with financial and other forms of stress which weighs upon people's minds heavily and nearly breaks them. Many people in my area and adjacent areas, along with other parts of the city, have lived in fear that renovictions could come to our neighborhood, as we have seen in places like 250 Frederick or other units on Glen Forest. Over the course of time, myself and other renters in the city have gone through bug infestations, major roof leaks that were no fault of our own. One resident I know had their ceiling collapse in their daughter's room and so forth. Up the road off of Parkside, a cockroach crawled in a young girl's ear. Many Sunnydale residents come from a migrant and refugee background, which compounds their struggles even more. Many people in my neighborhood are hardworking but can't afford $2,500 to $3,500 a month rents, and if they were forced to be out, they will be on the streets. Not passing the right actions will be a great way to contribute to homelessness in our city, which has only increased since the COVID pandemic. I myself have noticed changes in Uptown immediately in the years since 2020. I also believe that passing increased support for tenants will go a long way to alleviate the stress of many property workers as well, whose lives have been a living hell due to witnessing nightmares and so forth. If you think some landlords won't resort to underhanded tactics, you are mistaken. This hasn't to do with renovictions, but in 2019, under a different landlord and company, there was an effort to extract money from me and my father that we did not owe, but was claimed to be owed in the thousands. We got our bank records and payments ready for the LTB. Meanwhile, the landlord did no preparation, eventually dropped the case, and not too long after sold the property. We may not be as valued as much as residents of Corey Crescent, Laurelwood, Westmount, or Beechwood, but we are residents of the city who have worth, dignity, and do vote. I had some hopes that a new mayor of council would bring some change and care, but that won't be the case if you do nothing. The city also likes to boast of bringing in students, but many of them are subjected to similar conditions and even worse in places all over the city. And taking action to support tenants will also be supporting them as well. Other problems that have happened in around the area that I have witnessed have also included rats, mold not being tended to, and so forth. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you for delegating to us today. I really appreciate it. Council questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Lynn, I didn't want to say your name wrong. Is it Intini?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, my parents can't agree, so it
Okay.
doesn't really matter. This works. I'm liking this. Thank you. Back when I first started consulting on this, I had a contract with eviction prevention at Social Development Center on the tenant organizing team. It was very part-time, only for 3 months, and a brief point in my life when I was paid to do the work I've been doing long prior and ever since. So while I appreciate the acknowledgement from Acorn, let's be real, eviction prevention team is a very small project. The 2.5 peer support workers and 1 tenant organizer are unable to meet the need, especially in communities like Sunnydale. You aren't hearing from Meg Walker tonight in person because she's ill. She's provided her words to you in writing. Please read her proposal. Funding eviction prevention could be a different and effective alternative to the creation of a staff role. EP staff have the proven experience to do this work, and they do need peer support staff. Literally a job I will not apply for because it's emotionally devastating. Illness happens a lot in the type of high-stress job that breaks your heart every single day, requires absolutely revolutionary optimism to continue. I don't think many of them actually get through a whole vacation or even a day off without being interrupted, potentially with a call with a tenant who has very urgent needs. And if you don't start getting the paperwork submitted, if you don't start making the calls, if you don't get a hold of Starling takes a number of days to process things, that tenant could be on the street. So you interrupt your vacations a lot with that job. So they need funding, but that's a reality the whole team faces. So they work directly with tenants who need assistance navigating their rights in evictions for all reasons, including egregious property standards violations like you just heard. And if your own property standards team had adequate resources, we presume that tenants would not have had rats biting their children for an additional year. So how does that tie to rent evictions? That level of property neglect is disgusting, and the continued neglect is an opportunity to rent evict or demolish. And all of those issues are related to a need for investors and landlords to be held accountable. Accountable for conducting appropriate maintenance, for being able to be reached by tenants. And in terms of moral responsibility, not removing tenants from units and then raising the rents so high that units are left empty. 250 Frederick has this problem. You can't control that, but you can disincentivize it. Recommendation 1, existing approach, regulatory compliance. Yeah, we've established that. But I'm really disappointed that it wasn't possible for the report on rental housing regulation review and apartment building safety program to be available, because it's impossible for me to consider if the recommendation to do nothing or not much to hold investors and landlords accountable for conducting their business ethically in this community might be mitigated somewhat by expanded accountability mechanisms through an expanded rental licensing program. I personally don't have a strong opinion on how housing investors are held accountable for not devastating our community, only that they are. A line in the report stood out to me: uncertainty with the province's direction on tenant protections. Uncertainty is listed as a reason to maintain the status quo. There is no uncertainty. Long before Bill 60, which is described in the report, I told you that legislative policies have continuously prioritized the preferences and convenience of financialized actors over people, our communities, the environment, and our collective survival. That's all levels of government. That's how the system's designed, including the Bank of Canada's lending practices. There's nothing uncertain in Bill 60. They have basically declared war on tenants. They have declared, we do not give a crap. And you know what? I'm really sick of carrying hand warmers and emergency blankets and a spare hat and spare mitts in my bag every day. I am sick of having a naloxone kit literally inside my coat because it is so cold out that if I leave it strapped to the outside of my bag, it won't be usable if I need to, okay? And addictions are not the reason people get evicted. There are studies on it. It more often happens after you've been unhoused for a period of time because surviving outside like this really freaking sucks. So let's put an end to that.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation. Questions for the delegate council? Thank you. Our next delegate is Linda Voss.
Hi.
And Linda, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Council, and thank you to all the other delegates for taking your time out tonight. My name is Linda Voss, and I am a member of ACORN. I'm also a resident of 250 Frederick, so I can speak from my history with that building and what has happened there, seeing as it has been referenced a couple times. I'm speaking today to urge you to pass the rent-eviction bylaw despite the city's recommendation to do nothing. As stated, the first option is not even an option. The second option, the $40,000 for legal aid and the additional, I think it was $175 for education services, I believe. Or 20,000, thank you. But those numbers just don't add up. Like, there were 108 units in my building. 62 of them were targeted because we were older tenants and we had lower rent. So our mandatory, absolutely above board renovations that needed to be done on only 62 out of the 108 tenants by messing with tenants and doing these under the table deals, 31 of those 62 units were emptied. Not all of them are rented right now, as Lynn stated. They were renovated with a coat of paint, and the prices were doubled, and a lot of those units haven't even gone through yet, haven't even been rented in the last year. So, sorry, I digress. But the third option is the only option. I'm currently a resident in Kitchener, like I said. I have lived and worked in Waterloo over the past 20 years, though. I'm here to personally tell you that I would never wish this process of an immoral or false N13 on any one of your Waterloo residents. Waking up in fear every day for nearly a year, unsure of if I would be forced out of my apartment, probably never to return, under the false guise of required renovations. We spoke up, we organized, and we collected data, and last summer we celebrated because both Kitchener and Waterloo councils had decided to go ahead with rent-eviction bylaws. That was a big night, and showing that they were seeing their vulnerable constituents. Please don't roll back on this. Think of your lower income residents, newcomers to Canada, and students looking for affordable housing. They cannot risk to be forced out of where they currently live. No action will lose those quality students we are educating to cities that have better protective tenant laws. Other cities, Toronto, Hamilton, London, have passed without legal challenges. Mississauga, Kitchener, and Ottawa, plus other cities, are taking steps towards passing these protections. protections. The bylaw works. License applications in these cities are low because the bylaw removes the financial incentives for landlords to do the renovictions. You were saying that the Hamilton costs are so high, but I think those costs are initial costs, right? Like, there's that upfront cost. Is that going to be an every year cost? Is that $450,000 that's going to investigations which are being lumped together with the renoviction bylaw costs, right? If those are all going to those investigations and those are being closed at, I think most of them are closed except for 6 or something like that right now. There's no way there's going to be that many investigations next year or the year after that or the year after that. So I think that things will only get better and things will get less expensive in this case, not for tenants. For the bylaw to be strong and a deterrent for bad faith renovictions, it must actually be beefed up with requirements for temporary accommodations or rental top-up until tenants can 100% return to their original unit at the same rent. This is currently missing and must be included. No action will create more homelessness. Homelessness is more expensive than the cost of what it would take to pass this bylaw over time, not just financially, but morally, personally, and to the reputation of the city. Waterloo has a different relationship with homelessness than their neighboring cities, but as far as I'm concerned, if your neighbor's house is flooding, you are next. Waterloo is innovative, global, and diverse. Waterloo is a beacon for intelligentsia, and if we want to keep them here, starting up their careers, we need an enticing, diverse housing market. Renovictions target low-income residents primarily, and I don't want to see Waterloo getting classist here and think that their student population, the vulnerable and elderly, and newcomers to Canada are easy to target. Be diverse by being inclusive to all incomes. Be global by recognizing that newcomers are getting it worse because they may not understand the N13 proceedings due to language or legal barriers. CLIP cannot be the Band-Aid that serves us all. We should be stopping this we should be acting preventatively. Be innovative by being people, by people and not profiteering first. These are the differences there are differences between, I do have one little thing to say, if I could. On my way in, oddly enough, as we were yelling and we're saying all these things, tenant rights, as I walked in these doors today, I ran into a gentleman. He knew what we were doing. He asked what we were doing, and he asked me about it. And he had a story to say that I'm sure it's one you've all heard before, that his son was renovicted, and now his son is living with him. His adult son lost his $1,320 per month apartment, has had to move back in with his parents for already 7 months. $1,770 is the lowest he's able to find. And his dad said his income hasn't changed. How will he be able to afford this? And that's just right outside your doors today, right before we walked in. Lots more people are affected by this. You are the elected voice of your people. Corporate landlords should not be dictating housing rights for your people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the delegate council? Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Council, that is all the delegates that we have on this matter tonight. And so I'm turning to you for next steps. Mayor McKay. Oh, sorry, of course, questions. Yeah. I think we should open the floor questions of staff at this point. And so my apologies. I guess I'm just getting a little bit punch drunk. So, Councillor Vasek.
Thanks. Through you, Chair, if I can find my question, which is on multiple pieces of paper. So if someone else has a question first, maybe they could go.
Okay, I'll...
Oh, I found it.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, so cities have access to AMPS. For those of you who don't know what it is, it's the Administrative Monetary Penalty System. And it's a municipal program that allows municipalities to adjudicate on certain minor offenses. So I suspect this would not be a minor offense, but I don't know. And so something I'm wanting to know is if we had a rent eviction bylaw, could we adjudicate it through the AMPS process? And this is not to take away from the fact that that would also require funding, and it would also create downloading, but there's some report, it's out of the US, and it's from the Urban Institute, and it's about eviction prevention and diversion programs. And it indicates that having a neutral party like a municipality, well, a neutral party not like a municipality, it names municipalities, that the neutral party can help do that kind of adjudication, and it leads to better outcomes, like better discussion between the landlord and tenant. It's just sort of more of a people-centered, human-based approach. So I'm curious if we've thought about looking, and this has only emerged during this meeting, this question for me, if we've looked at the bylaw through the AMPS lens, and if that might take away some of the alleged duplication of services between us and the province, since we already have kind of this model for things like parking offenses and other things as well.
Through the chair to Councillor Bassick. So if you're referring to adjudication as in adjudicating penalties under the bylaw, certainly we can do that through our existing AMPS. We would bring, if council chooses to enact a bylaw, we would bring forward proposed set fines that would be issued to the offender. In terms of more mediation between the tenant and the landlord through that system, I'm not sure that would be currently the way it's set up, the appropriate channel for that. So our current AMPS process, although they are open hearings to the public, typically it would just be the defendant and the hearing officer and a representative from the city that would hear the facts of the case and make a decision on the outcome. I don't know if there's any...
I just also wanted to add as well that in addition to AMPS, we always do have the ability to go to provincial offenses court as well, should we decide to.
I guess where I'm also trying to get here is if one of the concerns is that evictions will go more underground if we have a bylaw. And there is evidence to suggest that's the case. And so if that were a concern, what I'm curious about is if we were to do this through AMPS processes rather than, I don't know. I don't even know how we would incorporate it, or if you're saying we could or not. But if we were to do it then, would that mitigate some of the concerns that it might, more N13s or more evictions might go underground because maybe landlords would find fewer, like they might actually engage rather than just sort of not follow the laws, which is sort of, I think our general sense in here is they may just bypass the laws.
Through the chair to Councillor Bassick, I think landlords are probably, if they're going to try to find loopholes, they're going to do that regardless of the system we have in place. I'm confident that if issues are reported, if we had a bylaw and issues are reported, we would be able to follow through and hold landlords accountable through our system. But I'm not sure the AMPS, the AMPS system is a system to issue fines and adjudicate offenses. I'm not sure it changes how we'll go after landlords or if we would capture landlords that are trying to circumvent the bylaw or the regulations we have in place.
And just to further add a comment to that, from our discussion with other municipalities, that is the investigative component of having a rent eviction bylaw as well, that it's reported and investigated when an N13 hasn't officially been issued. So those are one of the pieces.
Yeah. Do we have any models for proactive enforcement in our municipal enforcement, or is everything we do reactive?
To the chair, to Councillor Bassick. We do have proactive models. An example of this is our rental licensing program. We are proactively looking for landlords that aren't licensing their properties or are providing accommodations that don't meet the minimum standards. In this case, though, and in our consultation with other municipalities, it's very hard to be proactive in identifying landlords that are issuing N13s. As some of the delegates mentioned, they can simply print off an N13 notice and deliver it to a tenant without ever filing it, without any notification to any other body. So it would really be up to the tenant that's receiving that N13 to notify us, and then we would take steps to address that.
Any other questions, Councillor Bassick? Okay. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I was wondering, like I'm hearing the delegates and what they're saying about needing this to help prevent the renoviction. I think what I'm wondering is if you can help me understand that if the city were to enact the bylaw, this could be taken to the landlord-tenant board. Am I understanding that correctly? And then would a city decision be open for being turned over at the landlord-tenant board? Like, do they have the last word?
To the chair, to Councillor Rowe. Yes. So the way we've drafted the bylaw is meant to ensure that N13s that are being issued are at least based on a valid need to renovate a property. Ultimately, though, the decision would still rest with the landlord-tenant board. So the program is making sure that landlords are following the existing Residential Tenancy Act and landlord-tenant board processes, and also providing education to the tenants on their rights to dispute the N13 notice.
Okay, so I just wanted to follow up. So just for my clarification, I'm not necessarily talking about the ones that are coming forward, the landlords that are acting in good faith. I'm thinking then of the ones perhaps through an investigative. They could just go to the landlord-tenant board. Like, do they have to listen, or can they go straight to the landlord-tenant board? Am I explaining that? My mind is going in a little bit. You know.
I think they would be required to get a license if they're issuing an N13 notice to the tenant, and they would be required to get that license. And if they didn't, even if they did go through the landlord-tenant board, they could still be held accountable for not obtaining the proper license. But it doesn't necessarily mean it would prevent an eviction.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, even if they get the license or whatever, or we tell them they need to get a license, at the end of the day, the landlord-tenant board could still overturn any positive decision from the city?
Yeah, they could have a license and still get an eviction order from the landlord-tenant board. We could issue a charge, and they could, for them not getting a license, and they could still get an eviction, and that would still be a valid eviction. They would just be held accountable for not following our processes.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Hammer.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm just trying to understand a little bit the staffing model that's been put in place for option 3 versus option 1. You've got an information person basically in option 2, but in option 3, all of a sudden we go from 1 to 3 FTEs, and I'm just trying to understand the background in coming up with those numbers and the level.
To the chair, to Councillor Hammer. So the 3 FTEs, one is a licensing and standards officer, so that would be our frontline investigative person to respond to complaints and process license applications. The second FTE is the tenant support liaison, which is the same as in option 2. So that's that level of support and guidance for tenants. And then the third position is an information officer, and that would support our legislative services team in any freedom of information requests which we often see a higher volume in through our current licensing program. So that was designed to assist with that.
And just follow on with that, what are you expecting the volumes to be to justify the 3 FTEs?
I think based on our review from other municipalities, investigative volumes would likely be high. Interest from tenants being impacted through challenges with their landlord, whether it's an N13 eviction or other issues, would likely be high. And then based on the information we've received from Toronto and Hamilton, applications would be low. And again, as some of the delegates noted, that could be a sign of a successful program, or it could be a sign of not an issue. So it's hard to tell at this time.
Yeah. And if I might, one more question. I know there hasn't been example in Ontario yet of this success or the volume changes. We've got BC to look at. And so you've based it on a particular volume right now. If the program is doing what it's supposed to be doing, crystal ball, 5 years from now, what would the volumes look like, or what do you anticipate the volumes to look like?
That's a challenging question to answer. I think if it's successful, the volumes would remain steady. Maybe investigations would go down, but currently we see through our property standards work and licensing work lots of concerns from tenants for a variety of issues. So just volumes for N13s might go down, but other tenant challenges might still be present. So it's
And I appreciate it was an awkward question to ask, but there always is an initial uptake, and if the program is doing what it's supposed to, there may be a shift, as you've described. So thank you.
Other questions? I know the mayor had a question. Okay, turn to you.
Thanks. Pardon me, through you, Chair. Just switching a little bit, but I wanted to follow up on one of the Curtis's delegation, because he said he was from Sunnydale, and thank you, Curtis. Oh, I don't think he's gone. Okay. Thank you, and thank him for coming in. But the Sunnydale, because it was referenced a few times by various delegations, and I know staff did a tremendous amount of work there. You've been doing a lot of work there over the years. We know that's there's ongoing challenges there, but then you did a tremendous amount of enforcement. I think it was like December 10th, something like that, in about the second week of December, and so thank you for that work. I'm just curious what the follow-up actions are from that, what any outcomes were, and then, because we do know there's work that needs to be done at that site. Could you just give us an overview of where that's at now, please?
Sure, I do just want to be mindful that it is an open investigation and probably not appropriate for us to discuss at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but, because part of where I was going with that was this, so I should just not ask any questions. Okay, all right, that's too bad. Okay. But then I'm curious too about Councillor Vasek's questions about the AMPS program. And if like, obviously that's not something we would pass tonight, because it sounds like there's a lot more questions with that. But even if we did set up something like that, is that because this is provincial jurisdiction, this whole landlord and tenant board and, the Residential Tenancies Act and everything is all provincial jurisdiction, is anything that we would potentially do through an AMPS program, could that be overturned by the landlord and tenant board, like a charge, as she was suggesting?
Through the chair to the mayor, it's difficult to say. I don't think the landlord and tenant board would necessarily overturn that, but if we were to lay charges and a different decision was found by the landlord and tenant board, that's when we may get into some questions of validity. But again, I think that would be a question we'd probably have to refer back to our legal team. And again, a lot of this is still uncharted territory, I would say, just because these programs are fairly new in the province.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then can I, through you, Chair, can I propose a motion?
I
to
think
get a
we can-
motion on the table?
Are we ready to put a motion on the table, Council? Sure.
Okay, and just before I do that, I'll just make a few comments. Just, you know, I appreciate people coming in and providing their delegations, and I certainly appreciated the information from CLIP and the work that they're doing, which sounds really practical and really helpful. I mean, they've said they've served, actually, they said 1,100, but that was in 4 months. It's 1,200 in 5 months, people that they've provided the legal information that people are looking for around housing, and particularly around housing issues in the N13. So I really wish them good luck with that program, because it sounds to me, from what I'm hearing from people, that there are gaps that need to be filled, and they're in the legal services, their legal information. That's where the gaps are, and so CLIP is doing what they can to fill those gaps. I've also heard that some people have suggested that if we went with option 1 and 2, that this is saying that we're doing nothing. And I do want to be clear that, you know, in some of the discussions I've had with representatives from ACORN and the Social Development Center, and that, like, how they've described what Waterloo is already doing and what we've strengthened what we are doing in June, is that we are certainly far ahead and showing great leadership in this space already. So that is going to continue. So I just am concerned with I don't want people to think we do nothing. They certainly, Grant and Nicole and your teams there provide a lot of support and important work, as you know, I just was referencing Sunnydale as well. And so a few other things that I just want to note, which probably sound, you know, I may sound a bit defensive, but I do think it's important in a discussion like this to remind ourselves about the significant amount of work that this council has done and is doing already to support new units of deeply affordable and affordable housing. Like in the past 3 years, we've made decisions around the property at Build Now, which is 2025 University Avenue, that's going to bring about 1,000 units online. And through other programs, we are bringing about another 146 units online of affordable and supportive housing. And because we're waiving development charges, we're waiving some of the permitting fees and things like that. So I want to remind us that we are doing a lot on that front. My concerns with this suggestion that we pass a municipal bylaw is that it is duplication, and ultimately it is work that could very easily be overturned by the provincial government, because this is squarely within provincial jurisdiction. We know that. I mean, that's very clear. And we know that certainly I and lots of times and other elected officials, you know, constantly talk about the amount of work that the province has downloaded to municipalities and the amount that it's costing us to do this work. So I really am, you know, for the consistency of, you know, my own personal comments I've made and delegations that I've made to the provincial government, for consistency's sake, if nothing else, this is not work that I think we should be taking on, because this is clearly provincial jurisdiction, and we have clearly said to the province on numerous occasions, you know, please quit downloading your work to us, right? We've got more than enough work that we need to do ourselves. I certainly am, you know, appreciative of all the advocacy work that people are doing. I think that Jackie and Ken said that they've had some success in getting some regulations in with Bill 60 through their advocacy, and it's like, you know, that's great. Keep focusing your work there. That's where I think the advocacy needs to be. And so I just want, those are some of the comments that I want to make around this, just to explain why my motion that I want to propose is that we take option 1 and option 4 and move those forward. Option 4 being to continue to monitor the work of like CLIP, sorry? recommendation 4. Sorry, I'm using the wrong term there. Recommendations 1 and recommendation 4. To keep doing the work that we're doing through the rental housing licensing program and our property standards work, and we improved those in June. And then also continue to monitor what's happening, because we know other communities are looking at this as well. Communities that don't have the licensing programs that Waterloo already has in place. So they're playing catch up in a lot of ways, right? And also to see what the province is going to do when they bring in regulations for Bill 60, right? I think doing work in advance before they bring in those regulations that maybe possibly what we're looking for or people are looking for through Bill 60, but at least continuing to talk to them about what's needed. So that's what I would like. That's what I'm proposing or moving.
Okay, is there a seconder for items 1 and 4? Yeah, it's recommendations 1 and 4. Oh, is all of them, all 3? So it's my understanding that the mayor.
Sorry, I'm getting myself mixed up. Okay, it is to move forward, as Natalia just said. My apologies.
It's recommendations.
The recommendations is written.
As written? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, I don't see a mover or a seconder for the motion. I mean, I'm happy to second it if we want to have conversation around this and see where this is going to go. I would prefer to remove item 3, mainly because I want to reserve the right to think differently in the future around this matter, and so I'd rather not have item 3 in the motion because would you consider just removing recommendation 3?
To get it on the floor?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so the idea is recommendation 1, 2, and 4. I'll second that, and I'll tell you why. Because I feel as though a lot of folks think Kitchener's already approved something and they haven't. And I really want to see what they come to the table with, because maybe we can continue the work that we do together. Like I'd like to know whether, we're talking about a regional issue here, not just a single city issue here. And I really want to see what a regional issue could look like and how these pieces could all work together. And some of the recommendations today are not included in the bylaw that we saw as a draft. For example, the piece which I thought were very salient, which was the request to have a requirement for alternative housing, a requirement for moving fees, and then the other piece that I heard too was, I'm losing my mind, I'm so tired. I can't remember the other piece. For me, the bylaw as written doesn't seem to achieve all the goals that I heard for tonight. And so maybe because Kitchener's hired an external consultant, like maybe there'll be really important information that we can lean into. I remember what I was going to say. The other request we had was to bring it into the 2026 budget, and the reality is we've already done the 2026 budget work, so there's no opportunity for us to fund something, out within until 2027. So that's And I mean, obviously, if council wants to reopen the budget, we can do whatever we want, but we have done the 2026 budget work. So that was my thinking, and I'm happy to open the floor for more discussion. I see Councillor Bodley's hand.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman. I'm not going to be able to support the recommendations as printed 1, 2, and 4 there. I do want to highlight just to some of the commentary here before I make my broader comments. I think the options that are being proposed don't talk about reopening the budget. They talk about taking funding from tax rate stabilization and then having a funding request as part of the 2027 budget, which theoretically I would be supportive of. Anyways, I want to just level set everyone here for a second, because I know there was a lot of commentary today about going against the staff recommendation, and I really do appreciate the passion from all of the delegates in opposition to staff's recommendation here, but I really hope that this isn't taken as opposition to staff themselves. I really appreciate staff for bringing all of the options forward for council's consideration and their professionalism this evening in terms of answering all of the questions. Staff have to bring a recommendation, and the decision is now ultimately with council, so thank you. I'll start with the provincial abdication of responsibility commentary. Bill 97, as introduced, would provide better overall protection for tenants, but it has sat on the shelf for so long as to assume that it's not going to move forward. So the province abdicating their responsibility, as they very clearly have, does not necessarily mean that we should here at the city. In fact, I would say it means the opposite. And in my mind, choosing option 1 in particular is abdicating our responsibility for this issue. And I think this is an opportunity for us at the City of Waterloo to show leadership to our neighbors to the south. And if we were to move forward with something, that might help inform Kitchener's work. I don't think we have to be necessarily looking at what Kitchener does to inform our work all the time. I will say the region of Waterloo has done a lot on housing and homelessness, and the City of Waterloo has also done a lot when it comes to affordable housing. The mayor referenced 2025 University. We've got a lot of housing accelerator fund initiatives that we've moved forward, 4 units, 4 stories, really trying to address missing middle housing and broader housing development. But we know that housing is a spectrum, from homelessness to temporary shelters to those who are housed. Not all of the work that we've done, but a lot of the work that we've done at the city is towards the middle and upper end of that spectrum. Sure, very important work, but not focused on many of the stories that we've heard today. And the issue of affordable housing has really become in the zeitgeist of late, but really that's because it has become a middle class issue. Affordable housing has long been a crisis for low-income families, and while many of those low-income solutions and policies, things like basic income, housing for all, rent control, et cetera, do fall outside of our jurisdiction, this is an opportunity for us to consider an element, a policy that is core to our strategic plan that aims to prioritize the needs of, among others, people living on low incomes. And I just repeat here that doing nothing, in my mind, does seem like an abdication of our responsibility to our most vulnerable residents at the level of government that is closest to them. I have some concerns, and I've mentioned them, about option 3. I do have concerns about, I mean, we wouldn't be reopening the budget necessarily, but we would be burdening a future council with a roughly 0.5% tax increase. And in a time when we know that we have significant budgetary pressures going forward, and I'm sure that that was a big part of where the staff recommendation comes from. I'm really not going to dive into some of the further commentary that I've already made through some of my questions, but I guess what I would say is we have complex and imperfect solutions before us today. Options 2 and 3, in my mind, are both imperfect solutions. Neither option is going to have the desired effect of eliminating rent evictions, and I do worry about that burden to a future council, but I think it's really important for us to move forward and to send a message to bad faith landlords. So I would like to sort of signal my support. I know we're talking about the recommendation on the floor today, but I would like to signal my support for us moving ahead with some form of option 3, and I think we can discuss that should this one not move forward, because I think that there would be some adjustments that I would like to see in it should that be something that moves forward. And also I would like to signal my support for option 2 should option 3 not move forward. So I wanted to put that on the floor alongside my comments, and eager to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Bastick.
Oh, okay. Thanks through you, Councillor Freeman. My comments will be different, but they're aligned with Councillor Bodley's direction. And so on the point of Kitchener, and I'm just gonna make my comments so you know where I stand, and should I need to ask any further questions or comment, I will later. But hopefully this will kind of capture where I am. So there's a quote by Mehmet Murat Ilden, and who says that the price of inaction is far greater than the cost of making a mistake. And so my thought about waiting until Kitchener Council's consultant report comes back is that should we pass something now if we've made a mistake, if there could be something that's improved based on what they've found, we can amend our bylaws. I know that's not maybe, we don't want to do that all the time, of course, but at the same time, if there were something glaring that we've missed, and I doubt it because staff have created quite a solid bylaw that we have as a framework here, we could amend it. And of course, as leaders of a community, we want to show people that it's okay to make mistakes as long as we're inching forward to make the community a better place. And we don't always need to be lock and step with Kitchener either. I mean, we have the rental license bylaw, and that's put us ahead of other local municipalities, and that's a really great thing that staff here have done and former councils have approved. And so I'm not needing to do that with be in lockstep with Kitchener. So regarding the thought on option 1, while certainly deleting item number 3 from it inches it a bit better, for sure, it's still not quite where I'd like it to be. I definitely appreciate that there are huge pressures on municipalities. We felt it as a council. There's no doubt about that. All of us are concerned about the cost of living and how we're contributing to the pressures that people in our community face in that regard. I mean, so does my family. Property taxes are a pretty low amount of increase in my household compared to like all the money we've been giving Gale and Weston, even though we go to No Frills and that's theirs, you know? And so that's actually where most of my pressures are coming from, finance-wise. And it's also not to diminish the good work that the mayor outlined we're doing. We are doing a lot of good work, honestly, across the spectrum. And could it be better? Yes, it has to be better. But there is a lot of good work that's happening. But it also doesn't preclude us from doing something more to use the tools that are before us. We always want municipal tools, and we have a couple before us. And quite honestly, neutrality is simply not an option in this case. And so option 1 I can't support option 1. It's not only not reasonable and diligent, but it's not only reasonable and diligent. Nope, should have edited that out. Scratch it. That no longer fits in my flow here. Okay. Anyways, let me tell you a little bit about my experience at 145 McGregor and how that informs why I think we need to move forward with option 3. Interestingly, the same letter, it seems, that Elliot Wand, one of our delegates here tonight, got sounds really similar to what the residents at 145 McGregor got. Yeah, it's like copy and paste. And so there's concern that are those legitimate items for a renovation or renoviction? Who knows? But I think what the letter really highlights for me is how easy it is for a landlord to issue an N13, and how easy it is for them to not even have to worry about a meeting like this. There is not one landlord here, as far as I can tell. They don't have to advocate for themselves. Because they get what they need. And so, but the folks who are most impacted have to put in a big effort simply for survival, simply not to have to worry about ending up awake on Wednesday morning after whatever nonsense snowfall is going to happen again, and there's going to be another snow day at the school boards. They just don't want to end up outside. That's really scary. No wonder you're angry. I don't remember your name, Ryan. The psychological impacts of this are huge. Not just getting evicted, but the process of it. And so we have to really support residents in all the ways we can with all the tools we have. There are gaps in education and knowledge. locally that I've seen working with some residents at 145 McGregor, there's a huge gap in resources and we have a gap in data, so we need to do that. And politicians are not the right people to be system navigators. I need to be held accountable by folks in the community, not trying to help them navigate through the whole process. I need to connect them with the person who's going to help them, because there is a power differential. And so no matter how good-natured we are as politicians, when we go into rooms with residents, they're advocating for policies. There's no neutrality there. There's no objective assistance to navigate the system. It's an inherently there's an inherent power dynamic that makes it so that I can't be the liaison. I shouldn't be the liaison to navigate a system for these folks who are living at 145 McGregor or anywhere in the community because of that power dynamic. So the bylaw, I have concerns too. I have concerns about them going underground. I have concerns that there are no landlords here, as I've said, and that means that they don't seem to really, they're not worried about this. So what does that mean? Maybe they'll go underground, but I do think a bylaw will push future governments, if not, well, certainly not this one, and Westminster was an example of that, but I think first and foremost, it sends a strong message to the community to have this bylaw, that the leadership in their community is setting the tone for what we demand and expect of landlords in our community, and that we welcome activists and advocates to tell us exactly what we need to do, with staff input, of course. But I think that the liaison position is key. I think I do have some concerns with it in municipal enforcement services, not at all to speak to the challenge, to the compassionate nature of our enforcement division. I just really think that it should be in community services, coordinating with municipal enforcement services. We need someone to provide that kind of direct support. And I also think that the liaison might help us to find instances when they could be going underground, when a landlord could be going underground, because the liaison is a bit more of a proactive role, and assisting I forget what the other role is. So I think they might help. So both will be able to enforce for those sort of more in good faith landlords who are going through the process, and the liaison can help us find the underground ones, I think. And I think it's a scaffold to improve the renoviction bylaw, should we pass it, to have those two positions, both the enforcement one, but then also the upstream preventative one. Yep, that's it. That's all. Anyways, I think we need to approve option 3, and I won't support option 1. And thank you for all this time to soapbox.
Thank you. What I had written down was one was an officer, one was tenant support, and the other was like a legal liaison, if that's helpful. Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the comments that have come from my colleagues, and I'm not going to repeat what the rationale has been for both, because I do agree with the direction. We can't not do something. I probably came into this leaning more to option 2 is probably a place for us to be. The more I think about all the great things we've done in terms of housing and the creation of new housing, and a lot of that housing is going to be rental housing, and always being on the side of preventative measures and ensuring that we've got tools in the toolbox to be able to deal with the issues that may come forward. My leaning at the moment is more to option 3, that we do need the bylaw in place. I have some issues with the bylaw as well, and I think there are things that we can do to improve it. We've always taken the position that we can be leaders, and I think this is an opportunity for us to do this. Is it going to be perfect? Probably not. There's lots of other things that continue, but to me, the downside of doing nothing at this point or maintaining the status quo is going to put us further behind than I would like to see us. So my support would be for option 3, getting the renovation bylaw in place in a way that is going to enable the preventative measures that we want to have in place, provide the education and information opportunities to residents to be able to advocate for their rights themselves, so that we aren't in a position where we've got things going underground or shady dealings happening, which is what we're concerned about right now. I do appreciate all the delegations today, because you certainly helped facilitate and alleviate some of the questions that I had in my mind. I am concerned that the landlords are not part of this conversation nor have been at this point, and perhaps there is an opportunity as we take a look at what our bylaw should actually look like when we finish with it. So I'll stop there, and I too am interested in comments from my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Roach.
I really appreciate the work that staff put into this, but I'm trying to find a practical path that supports the staff realities and also responding to the concerns of the tenants and my constituents and people in Waterloo. And I mean, my neighborhood was brought up 3 times today: Ward 3, Sunnydale, and Glen Forest. Option 1 is essentially the status quo with no new resources, so tenants may not feel meaningful change. It doesn't give us the prevention tool that the community is asking for. In option 2, it provides the navigation and support, which is valuable on its own, but it doesn't change the incentive to displace tenants. It helps after the crisis starts and not before. In option 3, it's the strongest prevention tool for sure, by far. But it's a significant staffing and technology lift that you had mentioned, Grant, and we wouldn't have a realistic launch. I think it's until 27. I think, to be honest with you, I think that that we need a hybrid of those 3. But if I had to choose any option right now, it'd be option 3. Thank you.
Councillor Rowe, did you want to also provide comment at this time, or shall I just call the vote?
Yes, I came into this supporting option 2. And I'm still mulling this over in my mind because my concern about option 3 is driving this underground, and I don't wish to cause more harm. So that's been what has been driving me forward. But I hear what the residents are saying, and I value my councillor's opinion. So you can call the vote, and I'll still mull until I vote.
Okay. Well, the current item at hand is the recommendations 1, 2, and 4. So I'm just going to call the question on that, if that makes sense. All those in favor? Okay. Those opposed? Okay, so that falls. So now I'm looking for a new motion on the table. Councillor Vasek. Should we put the motion on the floor and then we can still ask questions of staff, for sure?
I think the questions might impact what motion I would theoretically.
Okay. Yep, for sure. Ask your questions.
That's okay.
Yep.
Okay. I think I have 2 questions. My first question is, so we heard from delegates today, should we move forward with option 3, which is what I would consider myself or my colleague, Councillor Vasek, moving forward here, that things that are missing in that bylaw are around moving costs, temporary accommodations, and tenant compensation, as at least the top 3 that were sort of missing from what our current bylaw looks like. A, I'm hoping you can speak to that, first off, and then on B, is this something in the interest of us not getting in the weeds this evening on, that we can approve and direct staff to come back with amendments to the bylaw on those 3 things?
Through the chair to Councillor Bodley, the way we crafted the proposed bylaw, or not the proposed bylaw, the bylaw that's attached to the report, the framework, was more of a preventative bylaw to ensure that landlords are following the existing RTA and LTB processes. And through that, the RTA, the Residential Tenancy Act, already has provisions for compensation to tenants that are being displaced due to an N13. And that's why we chose to leave those provisions out of the bylaw, to not complicate things more so on the division of, I guess, duties between this bylaw and the LTB. Certainly, to answer your second question, we don't have a bylaw proposed tonight, so if there's items that council wants us to bring forward to introduce into the bylaw, that we can certainly look at those when we come back to council, if that's the direction we're given.
Okay, and then my second question is, if I may, sorry, through you, Chair Freeman, is, I'm gonna be careful about how I word this, I guess. I would like the province to do their job, and they're not. And so one of the things that I'm curious about is whether or not we have ever in the past and could consider in this circumstance implementing this bylaw on a temporary basis for a 2-year window, so that we can review its success and failure and get some feedback on that, and B, put the pressure on the province to do their job. Because if the bylaw is in place permanently, I would also be supportive of that if that's what my colleagues are looking to do. I think that lets the province off the hook. And if we implement this on a pilot basis for a 2-year period and tell the province that we only have this bylaw in place because you won't do your job, I think that puts pressure on the province. So I'm curious if that's something that we could do and what the implications of that might be.
Through the chair to Councillor Bodley, I think my concern with a pilot would be that landlords might see that as just an opportunity to wait it out and wait for us to wind down the program and then advance their renovations, if that's what they're planning on doing, and then also, the challenges that might come around hiring and staffing for a short-term program and the resources it takes to introduce that program and launch it. We might be investing a lot of money into a short-term kind of pilot. I don't know how or if the province would view us having a short-term program. I do know that we have advocated in the past and likely will continue to advocate that the province does take action to improve this tenants' rights on this matter.
Okay, I appreciate that commentary. I think that's helpful. And maybe I'll leave it to my colleague to move something forward.
There's just a few more questions.
Or if there's more questions.
Councillor Hanmer.
Yes, mine's not really a question, it's a comment through you, Chair, to Councillor Bodley. I would have trouble also with a pilot for many of the reasons that Grant has expressed. I don't think it takes away from our ability to advocate, and I would want to see us make sure that we are doing that. Also, if we're looking at the success of the program, we may need to modify it going forward. We always have the ability to adjust any bylaw that we've approved, so I think that gives us the flexibility that I think you were thinking about with the pilot, yet sets us up for greater success with the program.
I had a question on what was in this proposed bylaw, and it was around that that the bylaw should not apply to rental units operated or managed by post-secondary institutions where the accommodations are located on campus. So does that lead me to believe that if a post-secondary institution operates units off their campus property, that they would fall under this bylaw? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct, and we mirrored that provision to our current rental licensing bylaw, and post-secondary institutions that are operating off-campus housing need to comply with the same regulations.
Okay. And then similarly, where it says rental units operated by the region of Waterloo or the city of Waterloo, if they are, like, I had this feeling that the region has been starting to use like a service provider so that they don't, like, they're listed as being under their affordable program, but they themselves are not running that. So is it only where they are specifically the landlord?
Yes, I believe it would be properties owned directly by the region.
Okay. All right, that's helpful for my understanding. Did anyone else have any other questions? Okay, I'm going to look to Councillor Vasic to put a motion on the table, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair, I'd just like to put option 3 on the table.
So if I understand correctly, you're going to move item 1, that council approve the report, item 2, that council approve option 2, right? Or 3, sorry, 3. Sorry, I'm having a moment, trying not to. And then, but will we also still keep item 4 so that we continue the monitoring? Okay, all right, so that's, so it's, and then recommendation 4, please. Okay, so that just, what's on the screen is, what? It's just that we dropped item 3, so now 3 is called 4. Oh, but item 3 says council directs staff not to proceed with the implementation, so we don't want that, right?
If it's helpful, on page 11 of the report, we did provide draft.
Oh, so you're just saying what's on the last page of the report? Am I, okay. I thought that what was on the screen did it too. It doesn't, okay. Okay, because this is the financial implications. So it's option 3 listed on page 74 of 90. Is that correct? Oh, yeah, of course. So can I just get a seconder first? It's seconded by Councillor Bodley. Questions?
Okay, thanks through Chair. I mean, I've read this report in detail, so I just wanted to confirm with staff that the tenant support liaison is exactly as it is in option 2 as it is in option 3. Okay, thanks.
That's correct.
And
Councillor
the
Hanna.
tenant support fund, same. Okay, thanks.
As we were going back and forth with what this motion should be, I think it's still missing number 4. And number 4 is the monitoring. So if we could please add that, I'm good. That was in option 1.
Is that, I think that's friendly, isn't it, Councillor Bassick and Councillor Bodley? Yeah,
you.
okay, yeah, perfect. And question, Councillor Mayor McCabe, yeah.
Thanks. A question for staff, just around, not about the motion that's on the table, but just around our local landlords. I'm just curious, do you sort of have like an estimation of how many are these sort of bad faith landlords? Like how many are problems? Like we've got a lot of landlords and we track them through and work with them directly through the rental housing licensing program. And I'm just, you know, there's a lot of them in the community who are very small, like people that rent out 1 or 2 units and to people who are, you know, much larger and maybe not located in the community. But I also heard, you know, this sort of dialogue or some suggestion that all landlords are bad landlords, and I just think that's does a disservice to the numerous landlords that we have in our community who are very good landlords and who have been for years, and we need them and we want to keep them. So I really just would like a sense of, you know, what is the real what's the situation on the ground with the landlords that we have?
Through the chair to Mayor McCabe. Hard to say exactly how, like, what percentage of landlords are, you know, bad faith landlords, but certainly we do have a large contingent of landlords that we've built strong relationships with. That, you know, there's mom and pop landlords and there's big corporate landlords, and we see landlords trying to do the right thing, and we on the other side of it we see some landlords that aren't always above board. Again, through our engagement, we did reach out to many landlords and spoke about these issues, and honestly, a lot of them were supportive of, you know, some type of regulation to prevent this. So I think that you know, maybe speaks to that there is landlords out there that believe in holding bad faith landlords accountable, and I think sometimes. Having regulations in place helps you know, helps the good landlords you know, continue providing good quality rental units for their tenants, and they're not competing with landlords that are you know, taking shortcuts and cutting corners. So
thank you. So is the motion on the floor? Are we?
The motion's on the floor. I just wanted to make a few comments, if that's okay.
Can I just
Yep.
make a few, because
Yeah, of course.
I'm not going to support this. I mean, I was, like, that's what I said before. And I just want to share that, again, we do have good landlords. We have a lot of them. We need them. We rely on them in a lot of different circumstances. And so I just, again, don't want people thinking that we don't care about the landlords we have here. And I think we probably have a lot of good ones because we have a really robust rental housing licensing program where staff are able to, build and maintain really good relationships, keep on top of these things. And we did add more robustness to that program in June. So I just want to put that on the table. The other thing that I just, want to share is I was really encouraged to hear what the people from CLIP are doing, because that's essentially what you're asking us to do, which will cost the city $1 million a year, but CLIP is doing it for far, far less. So I'm a little confused by, that we're taking this route when there are other community-based programs that are in the community. Sure, it's a pilot, but we could take the option of supporting the work that CLIP's doing, right? And again, it would be people who've already had interactions with 1,200 people to give them the housing information and information about N13s that they need. But obviously, I can read the tea leaves, and people are going to vote in another way. But I just, will remind us that we just passed a budget in December. That we heard a lot from the community. People love the service, or really, I shouldn't say love. Maybe people really appreciate the services the city offers. But we did hear a lot about, municipality affordability is a real concern for many, many, many people in our community. We're all very aware of that. I'm very conscious of the fact that we are, through this, going to add another 1% to that property tax rate, and going forward, because pilot projects like this are hard to reverse. And we've had council members who voted against that budget, quite frankly, because they were saying the property tax was too high. So I'm a little surprised that there's a willingness to add this amount of additional cost to the budget, not just today, not just next year, but going forward. So I also just really think, I'm just also really surprised, because we know that this program, like if I go back to the report, it says, even with a rental renovation licensing bylaw, municipal authority does not extend to adjudicating tenancy terminations or altering eviction decisions under the Residential Tenancy Act. So we're going to do all this work, we're going to spend all this money for something that is duplication, and that the province, the landlord and tenant board can overturn. So for those are my reasons why I'm not going to support this, because I think it's just counter to a lot of. I don't think it serves or supports the work that staff have done. I don't think it's a positive direction in general for the municipality, because this is clearly provincial work, and I am not interested in taking on even more provincial work. But so that's why I will be voting against this motion. Thanks.
Councillor Roach.
Thank you, Chair Freeman. And I understand the tax concern. And Mayor, I believe you were pointing at me with regard to councillors against the tax raise. And I was the only councillor that voted against tax increases in Waterloo. But I hear the concern, but stable housing is foundational. Pardon the pun. So I think this phased approach is an investment to prevent displacement and bigger social costs later. And I believe it's worth it. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. Is there any other comments? I was going to just comment to say that I will be supporting the motion that's on the table. And I would just like to say to my colleagues, like, I am very worried about our budget. I'm very worried about when we look at balancing the fact that a lot of the most vulnerable people that we're seeking to support through this bylaw, we're also taxing. And I don't see this province coming forth with any new tools other than this really regressive property tax process that we currently have. And I really worry about that, and I think that as a council and also to staff, like, we're gonna have to do even heavier lifting if those of us who are around this table get reelected, or if you're running for election. I don't know what anyone else's plans are, but I think we really have to do some heavy lifting. And when we look at our current tax increase, we know that it's related to the fact that this city has grown up, it has not grown out, and as a result of that, we have needed to, the pivot point has come in the city's budget where we had to make the investment in a whole new, essentially, fire hall, right? So we went from the 4 fire halls that we have to basically another whole fire hall based on the density. And so it's come into the budget with, you know, a big tax implication over the past 3 years, because we phased it in because we knew that it was too much. And now, you know, we're looking to add essentially 3 more full-time staff to the city's complement of staff. And we're doing that as a result of a complete abdication of duty by the province. And I'm sorry, but it's not just this government's problem. The previous government didn't get it right either. And the landlord and tenant board has been a challenge since I've been on this council, which is now 20 years. And the other piece is that we have to decide where we want to make other changes at the city, because we need to determine where our primary priorities are. And I agree that if we don't do this, then the potential exists that we don't defer development charges in the city, okay? There's no deferral of a development charge. It always has to be paid. It gets paid from somewhere. So if we forego the development charges for something like supportive housing of Waterloo, we pay it out of something else, and we oftentimes use tax rate stabilization or a general contingency fund. So we are paying, and we have paid, a tremendous amount of money towards new affordable housing, keeping affordable housing, like the affordable housing on Herb Street, where we ensured that those units at Herb and Moore did not flip to market rent housing. And so this all fits into that, I'm turning to the advocates in the room too, to say, can you please not forget that we are doing all of this stuff and none of it fits within our sandbox as a municipal government, and help us to stop this, because we can't afford it. So that's what I wanted to share. And I think, unless I'm wrong, does anyone else want to speak to this matter? Okay, with that being said, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? And those contrary-minded? There's one. Mayor McCabe. With that, we will now turn to the next item on our agenda, please. And it's the consideration, yes, Councillor Wright, my apologies. I promised to give Councillor Wright a moment to return to her chair because she said she had questions. And also, can I just say to staff, like, you didn't just do an amazing job on this report. Like, you did a super amazing job on this report. And the care by which you answered our questions tonight and listened to delegates, I think it just shows just how incredibly blessed we are as a city to have such an amazing staff team. Thank you. Yeah. So, council, we're on to the consideration of notice of motion given at previous meetings. There's none. Notice of motion, there's none. Communications and correspondence, none. Unfinished business, none. Questions, council? Councillor Wright has a question.
I had to save all my powder for this. Yeah. Okay, so this really stems from the lighting issue we have in Uptown, and we've got some strobing lights. Can we please get the light bulbs removed so that they are not impacting people with concussions?
Yeah,
I know
that'd
it's
be
going to
me.
take some time to figure out what the replacement strategy is for this, but if you can, update me on the replacement offline, that's great. But just let's get the strobing to stop. It would be really, really appreciated. There's a couple of them, and staff know where they are. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, council? Seeing none. New business, council? No, seeing none. We are into the enactment of bylaws, which Councillor Bodley would like to do. Is there a seconder? Councillor Wright. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. To staff and my colleagues on council, thank you. It's 8:30 at night, and I think we've worked really hard tonight. So thank you. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All those in favor? That's carried.